Right, we're back. Seems like just yesterday I was here. Paul, Sven, how's it going? Just look at my internet connection. It started off doing really well. I was testing it about 5 minutes ago and it's looking good. Now it's dropping frames, even though I've dropped it down. As soon as I want to go and live stream, it starts playing up. Incredible. I'm going to drop it back a bit more. Twice in one day for you? Yeah, I suppose it is. So, I'll just start off with a bit rate of 4,500 kilobit. I've now had to drop it down to 3,000. It was doing 6,500 5 minutes ago. Yeah. Awesome. Like I said, I might need to get hold of my internet provider and ask them what's going on. I used to be able to stream fine at 5,000 without any issues. Well, I could do. Last time I was streaming, was it early this year, end of last year? When I was streaming in, it was fine. So, I don't know. Anyway, let's see how we go. Hopefully the quality's good enough. Right. And I've dropped some more frames. Even 3,000 struggling. Yeah, great. Drop it down some more. Here we go, how's it going? Cajun, yep, how's it going? So, I have a piece of test kit on the bench, which I want to pull apart. I've got parts coming either tomorrow or Tuesday, which are for this and another unit. So I don't mind pulling the thing apart and maybe not finishing it because, you know, I need to put it apart the next few days anyway. So I can always just leave the thing in pieces on the disc if we don't get all the way through it. I know it needs like a full recap, so we'll be doing that. Probably not too exciting for everyone, but you know, it's an opportunity there to see me put parts in backwards. There's always that, I suppose. And again, YouTube's told me that I'm live. That's nice. Thanks. Yeah. Right, I'm just seeing a few little blips there. The connection. Okay. Got it down to 2,800 kbs now. Kilobit per second. Last night I actually dropped down to 2,500. So we'll see how we go. It might get worse as people wake up because it's 8 o'clock in the morning now. So anyway, yeah. So I've got a piece of test kit on the bench. We're going to pull it apart. Have a good look at it. I'll show you what it is. It's that thing. Can you see what that is? Yeah, I bet now. It's that thing. It's a Keysight device. So it's a 220 programmable current source. Now I don't know if you guys have seen the mailbag for that arriving yet. I think that might be tomorrow's one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's tomorrow's mailbag. So there's a good chance you haven't even seen that thing arriving yet. Yeah, so yeah, it's a toy to play. I went on a bit of a spending spree, as I was saying last night. I spent way too much money in the past month and a bit. That's one of the things I purchased last month, and I purchased that and a 617 electrometer because I was trying to do those calibrations on that Valhalla 2724A resistance calibrator, and I was using my 260 current source, 225 current source. I can't remember what it's called now. It might be 225. And I was getting some noise and stuff on that, and I've done some video on that. I haven't actually done anything with it yet, but I've recorded some video. And yeah, it's I thought, I didn't really completely trust the current source, even though I've refurbished it. It seems kind of okay. I thought, well, let's get another one. I want to get another. I always want to have a spare, right? So I only had one current source for that sort of range. So then I picked up another current source, and then I picked up this one. So I've got 3 current sources. This one is better than the other 2. So this is probably one I'm going to end up using. But I'm going to refurbish them. Well, obviously, I've got the original one. I think it's 225. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 225. That's what I already refurbished. And 261? I'll just show you it. Where is it? I'll put it here somewhere. 261. This thing here. I showed you that before, but last time I showed you on the live stream, those knobs are all crusty and looking really, really bad. Now they're looking considerably better. You can see I've refurbished those and painted them, so they're all good now. Mostly. I've got a video done that. And that unit, I think I've basically refurbished it. I haven't fully calibrated it. Not yet. I've partially calibrated it. But done a couple of ranges on it. So, hey Era and hey Livon, I suppose that's how you pronounce it. So yeah, that's something. But the 220 is supposed to be able to do basically what those both units can do. So yeah, but it's got some issues. It's got some things I need to fix on it. Power switch is very sticky. Doesn't turn off properly. I want to pull that apart and see if I can resolve that stickiness. Worst case, I might look to see if I can replace it. I do have a bunch of switches. I've literally got a big box like this, full of power switches that I picked up from an auction a while ago. Brand new in bag, right? Brand new switches. Lots of them are duplicates, as you know. There's lots of the same one, but I've got several different types in there. So there's a chance I might actually have a switch which will fit this if this switch doesn't work. A slim chance, but there's a chance. So I'm hoping I can just get the switch to free up and be alright. I don't really want to be changing it out. So anyway, but yeah, I want to pull that thing apart. But that's a precision device, so I was thinking I need to use gloves on it when I'm pulling it apart and make sure it's all oil free and what have you. But it's full of dust because it's got a fan blowing across it. It's thinking, well, the dust is kind of alright. I mean, I should wear gloves when I'm working on it. But obviously I've got to clean all the dust out as well as I go. So yeah. We'll work on that today, and we'll see how far we get. I don't know. There's other things we work on too if we do finish that. I know I've got a lot of capacitors for it already, but I did all the parts just in case I didn't have enough. Now, I think that the capacitors I used yesterday to repair that thing, those 2 caps, I was going to put in this device, if I remember rightly. You see, with that or the 617. Now, I've ordered more caps, but they haven't arrived yet. They say they arrive in the next couple of days. But I'm hoping I don't actually need that value cap in this device because I haven't got any more. I've only got one left. And yeah, we'll see. Can't believe I let my stocks get so low. That's pretty remiss. TC1 versus LCRP1. TC1 I didn't like. Let's just leave it at that, shall we? I don't know. Was it TC3? What's the one I reviewed? Hold on. Now I need to go and have a look. Hold on a minute. I could be getting my numbers mixed up before I make a blanket statement like that. Finercy. I don't have a TC. What's that? I think it's TC1 from somewhere. I don't see it though. What the hell was that thing? I can't remember what it was. Give me a second. Oh right, yeah, that thing. The LCRP1. It was okay-ish. I wouldn't trust it. It tested some stuff correctly, other stuff you can't trust. So, you know, it's limited functionality. I mean, it's one of these things you sort of look at it and go, yeah, okay, it might be right, it might not. I mean, it might be okay if you've got a device which you suspect to be faulty and you put it in there and it says it's faulty. There's a good chance it's probably correct. But that might be about it, really. Well, I did a full review on it. I don't know if you've seen a review for the LCRP one. TC1 sounds familiar. I'm thinking it's TC3. I'm just trying to find what I've got here now. I'm sure something. Hold on. DSO TC3. Right. Yeah, I've done a review on that as well. I need to refresh my memory of what it looks like. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, the TC3 was not as good. They're both a bit. Yeah. Yeah, I've reviewed them both. The TC3, DSO TC3, I've reviewed as well. Have a look for that one. Anyway, I just want to finish my coffee and then we'll get into this thing. Yeah, but you don't want to look at Zotac as well. They've got some bits and pieces, and there's other generic testers on AliExpress. I've got one which I use occasionally. That works okay. Yeah. TC3 is on Cybernet PDB. TC3. Is that what I'm thinking of TC3 from? Is that the VCO? Been a while since I worked on them. Many years. Yeah, it's probably one thing of TC3. Right, coffee is finished. TC2, right. So, let's get stuck into this thing. I don't know what we're going to find exactly. I mean, I've powered it up and I've shown it in the mailbag video actually running. It does do stuff. I kind of figured out how to use it a little bit. I'm not going to power it up again now, although I could. Just for demonstration's sake, I could. Yeah, I probably should do as part of the video actually. I think I will power it up just to show it working before I take it apart and break it. But there were capacitors in there which are reforming. When I did it, powered up last time, I could see the input current was dropping as time went by. Repair for the wife held up? Yes, it has. It's still working this morning. I've actually turned the power off to it now. But yeah, this morning it's still fine. Just got two high grain 5s. Oh, okay, high grain 5s, yeah. Right. I've only worked on one high gain 5. I've only ever seen one. I know they're quite popular with the beep and stuff. That was a long time ago. Oh, special high gain 5 beep. People try to copy. Yeah. Peep tone thing. Right. How do I remember that sort of detail? That's incredible. You have 5. 5 5s, so you can stop now. Or do you need 25.5 so you can divide it? I don't know. But that isn't 25 of them out there anymore. Right, let's get stuck into this thing. Let's turn the camera on. Wake the thing up. Give me a second. Can't find the button. Right. You've got 263 CBs. Must have an entire room dedicated to them. It's almost like me with test gear. What TC1 for? $35. Still works great. Cool. Guess you got a variance, yeah, probably. Right. Let's look at this thing. Guess what lighting? Actually, I won't do more lighting yet because I want to plug the thing in and look at the screen. If you're charging, might little blow our thing up because it's got a lot of dust in there, so I know I'm going to have to use that. Cables. Let's grab this cable here. And I need to also get my my tablet running here, so I can watch what's going on. Alright, let's get this thing logged in. I left it running since last night, so it should be up to date and everything. All I've got to do is actually have it not crash on me, which would be nice. Just trying to get to it. Come on. Just trying to bring the chat up on my tablet so I can see what's going on. Right, here we go. Anybody hold this? Right, let's get power cable. No, actually, LED display does show up okay, I think. I'll try it. See the corner there. Right, record some video on this thing. So today I'm working on this thing, which is a Keyfleet 220 current source. So I'm warping the camera around. I'm trying to see the little screen because I can't see I've got the recording symbol over there on my main screen because I've turned off all the on-screen stuff so you guys don't get it all over your live stream. Right, now I can see the camera screen. So today I'm going to work on this Keyfleet 220 current source. I showed this in the mailbag recently. I haven't repaired it yet. It's got a few things wrong. I'm also going to go over it again and just have a quick look just to just see what's going on with it and to demonstrate its functionality very briefly. It won't be in depth or anything, but we're just going to power it up and have a quick look before we take it apart. I'm not going to do a Dave. I'm going to take it up. I'm not going to take it apart before I turn it on. I'm going to turn it on before I take it apart. So let's plug this up. Actually, I should get these connections done. So it's a Tri-X cable. This is what this thing uses as an output, as a Tri-X. So I plug this in the back there and plug into the multimeter here, and we'll monitor the multimeter. And over here, I want to especially pay attention to this gauge just here, the wattage going in, because last time I tried this out, the wattage was quite high. It started out like half a watt or something. Can't remember now exactly, but it was quite high, and then over time it actually halved. So I'm suspicious capacitors are like reforming at a point. So I want to see what it's doing this time. I can't remember what it was. It's like 400 and dropped down to like 200 or something like that, if I remember rightly. So I want to look at that and to see what's going on in case it's doing the same thing again. But I want to recap it anyway, so you know it doesn't really matter that much. I just like to see what it's actually doing. Anyway, I'm going to get this cable plugged in and we'll try it out. Turd box, yeah. I don't know why they chose this colour. You know, when I first saw these sorts of key feed devices around, I thought, oh, geez, they look really ancient, and you know, they're just not particularly appealing, you know, because of the colour. And when we actually start looking at what they can do, it's like, oh, actually, they're pretty amazing devices. So, yeah. I'm a little bit worried about this Tri-X connector on the back here. I'm not sure it's okay, because it was bent when I got it. So, I don't know. I might have problems with that. I might actually have to try and source a replacement. I don't trust it. It's very, very windy here right now. I think I said my recycle bin fall over. It's okay, if it's falling over, we can't fall any further, eh? That's the thought anyway. Chuck those in there. Turn that on. Right. Try and get the reflections off it. Right, I think I'm ready to power up. We'll turn that on. The voltage has already been set correctly. I've already pulled this thing apart and changed the voltage selection to be the local voltage, so that's done. So I always try not to forget. So I've got this set up to read current, and we'll see what we get. This is obviously output current from the device. Obviously it's not going to do anything to actually tell it to output something. Version B5 firmware. It's doing 30 watts. That's what I was thinking of last time, is the current, not the wattage. It's 400 milliamps. It dropped down to about 196 milliamps, and now it's doing 178 milliamps. So that's good. And then maybe hit a fan. It's got a fan. It's not a particularly quiet fan. That's something I would like to do something about. I don't know. Only because I record video. If I didn't record video, it probably wouldn't bother me that much. But having noisy fans when you're trying to record and get nice audio, not so easy. But yeah, the current's lower than it was previously, so that's actually a good sign, I think. I think the capacitor's been reforming, so brilliant. Anyway, we have this set up. So we need to set current limits and stuff like that. As you can see, it's using exponents. I hate exponents. I always have to really think about them. Some people use them all the time but probably don't think much of it. It's like, oh yeah, okay, it's easy, you know, you just know what they are. Whereas I don't think of exponents. So it's not the way my head works. So I struggle with the things. So source, let's do 10 volts. And current, let's do 10, and exponent of 3. Can I do that? Is that right? Have I done this wrong? Maybe? Voltage? Oh, sorry, I got it wrong around. Yeah. 10 volts, yes, I've got 10 volts. I think I did it around. I'm screwing this up. And exponent, so 3 exponent. Exponent 3. There we go. And I'll put this again. 10. Enter. Right. So the exponent, enter. Yeah, okay, right. I'm getting used to this now. I've barely even used this thing, only when I initially got it in the mailbag, so that's why I'm sort of a bit clumsy with it. So it should be doing 10 milliamps at 10 volts when I turn the output on. What do we get once somebody eventually gets there? There we go, 10 milliamps. So that is at least working. So do 1 milliamp. Yeah, that's good too. 0.1 milliamps. So that's 100 microamps. That's fine. 0.2 0.01. This will automatically change exponent at some point too. So 10 microamps, that's good. 1 microamp, yep. So we'll go back to 100, let's do back to 10, and then do exponent of 6. This could be microamps. I've got it right. There you go, 10 microamps. 1 microamp. 0.1 microamp. So I mean the outputs are working. So that's all good. So 1000, which goes to 1 milliamp. That worked. Can't do that. Right, you can't do more than that. What's the maximum this can do? It's 100 milliamps, I think it is. Yeah. Yeah, so I think 100 milliamps is the maximum this thing can actually do. And as you can see, it's actually generating it. So that's all looking good. So it is working, but it's got some issues like the noisy fan. The capacitor is reforming. It's even dropped some more now. It's like 190, 172 now. It was 174 before, was it? 176? But this power button is also a bit dodgy. So we need to fix these things. How much is windy? Well, I got woken up by a big bang this morning at 6 o'clock where something hit the side of the house. How's that? That kind of windy. Did the electrons spin opposite direction? Oh, they might do. Everything's in negative. Everything's negative polarity down here. Yeah. Test negative counts. Yeah. Bit of a breeze. Well, my wheelie bin just blew away. I might have to go and rescue that. Give me a minute. I just heard it getting blown down the pathway. I should be back very, very shortly. Depends how far away it's gone. Yeah, that's fun. It's my recycling wheelie bin. Been all the recycling in it, which was not much in it, but half that got blown out as well. I had to go and pickle that up. Anyway, it's back in place with some bricks on top of it now to help hold it down. Where did my soldering iron go? Oh, it started most for me this time. Okay. See, I knew we were going with that, didn't I? I knew it was going to happen. Anyway, so that's that done. Let's get this back out of the way. So I'm worried about its tri-extender because it is slightly damaged, so I'm going to try and find another replacement. I think it only really matters under the lowest currents because you're trying to make sure you've got leakage and stuff going on there. But then this is what I've got this thing for, to do these low currents. So I don't know. Talk about the back, I suppose. So it's the back of it. There's a tri-ax connected here, which I'm worried about because it is bent. I'm not sure if it is actually damaged or not. It doesn't feel right when I put a plug on there. It just doesn't feel like it's locking in nicely. So I'm suspicious it's not perfect. Yeah, at the same time, I'm thinking I might need to swap out. But it's got this cover over here to try and help to remove some of the dust that gets sucked in, dust and fluff, but it's a very coarse filter. It's a shame you can't actually get the thing out from the back here. It's like you can't. I mean, I guess you have to sort of pull it out and stuff it back in, but I'm worried about tearing it. I should also comment on the front here about the fact this is a programmable one, so you can actually program steps and stuff into it, and that's what it's got this program mode and stuff for. So if you want to program this thing, you can actually do a sequence and step through currents and things like that, or voltages or whatever. So that's what it's for. You can also write your program it to do the same thing. That's probably not what I'm going to be using it for though. I'm just going to be using it as a current source. That's it. Simple. Yeah, I mean it's just the way, it's just engineering stuff. It's fine, you know. So, just I don't tend to use exponents, so I'm not very good with them. You know, it's basically that. Because I don't tend to use them. I mean, if I used them more often, maybe I'd be a bit better with them. You know, even like on my Dana counter, that uses exponents, and sometimes I'm thinking, no, what the hell is that? But because it always says 6 on the end, it's like, okay, that's megahertz, that's fine. You know, it's not an issue. But oh, drops it. Right, move the screws. Top cover comes off. It's only actually 2 screws I hold the top cover on. The other 2 screws hold the back panel on, basically, in that section. And here's the inside as I showed in the mailbag. Now over there, actually I'll flip around. Just down there is the power switch. Just down there is the power switch. Bloody hell. The voltage selection switch. This is obviously GPRB card. Power supply stuff over here. All the sensitive stuff's under there. Digital circuitry on the bottom board. So it's all pretty straightforward. I do want to look at getting this apart in some way, and well, I want to completely strip it down and get the dust out of it and replace all the caps. I want to replace all the caps, even if they're probably fine. I just want to do it so it's fully refurbished and all good. Now the power switch is down here, mounted there, so we need to get that board out to actually look at that switch properly and stuff anyway. But I think I'm going to have to dismantle it layers at a time. I think I might take the GPRB card out. That allows me to get to the screws below that. This cover's got to come off. I've got to take it out from the top down and just strip it as we go down. I think that's how it's going to have to go. I haven't worked on one of these before, so I'm trying to figure out the construction as I go. Yeah, okay. So I do think I need to strip out this GPRB card. And I think that panel might be able to come with it. Because I mean, it is moving. to a point. It's moving a little bit. I think the fuse holder is holding it, yeah, so I'm going to take the whole board out with that back panel, I think, still attached maybe. I might be right, actually. Maybe. I've got a standoff here, which I'm a bit worried about. Let's loosen that standoff. Let's figure out how we do. I mean, I've got no idea how to get this thing apart. We've got to figure it out together, I suppose. I mean, there may be information about how to do it somewhere. I don't know, maybe. Okay, there's that. That's still attached to the back panel, but at least now it's not pulling on a circuit board down here. Okay. So there's a screw down there, which is holding the circuit board in. Just undo that. Metal threaded insert. Another one down here. Same deal. Got some like spacer things. Let's get these out. Plastic spacers, which like sandwich the circuit board basically. Get that one as well. And there'll be some more in the front here somewhere. I don't see them, but there must be. There's a connector going to the GPIB board. I'm tempted to just take the little board off actually. Then it's got this wire linked across this post, which means undoing that. That's not that big a deal. Yeah, let's get this cover here off. Nice long screw. It might go right to the bottom. Same again. Now look at this ribbon cable. Get out. Look at this ribbon cable goes down. It plugs in. I might have to take that off so I don't accidentally pull the cable. There's also one that goes to the front panel as well. That's it. Okay, take the cover off. Hopefully, one way or another. There you go. And that's what's underneath the cover. Some adjustments underneath another shield, extra shielding, some digital circuitry and stuff like that, and some more adjustments over there. Right, now I've got a bit more room. I can get to this, unplug that, hopefully, get in there with my fingers. If I can get it out. Not sure it's moving. That is so tight on there, it does not want to pull off a header. Yeah, did with my finger. I'll come back once I've got that apart. It's definitely a header. It's just bloody tight. That's probably a good thing. Moving a little bit now. Here we go. Here we go. Gotcha. Right. There you go. That's what's in it. Just a standard 2-pin. What's that? 20-pin header, is it? But yeah, very tight connection, which is good actually. You don't want things to be loose. Yeah, I'll stick gloves on eventually. But so it's covered in dust anyway, so it's gonna need a clean. I mean, this is just digital circuitry in this area, right? So I'm not too worried about that, but over here. That board there might lift out, actually. What's holding that down? It feels like it wants to lift off. Oh, there's a screw there. Okay. So, right, we get the video going. So there's also, this ball is moving around now. There's a screw right here. Take that out. Small screw. So that now moves. Yes. There's another connector here, so I'm going to take that off. I'm going to try and avoid handling the actual circuit board as much as I can, because this is where some sensitive stuff is. So yeah, basically in this area is the worst bit, because this is where the input and stuff goes. Now, also looking at how to connect these wires from this. There are probably connections under here. Hopefully not solder straight on, hopefully they'll plug in. So actually let's take this cover off. Actually before I do that, I'm going to take this off because I might need to press against it to help hold it down. Because it's another one of these bloody tight connectors. There you go. Right, let's set it off. Now I'll take this cover off. Now when you're working on precision stuff, you should wear gloves when you're going to be touching things which might matter. Like under here, which is where you've got these really nice resistors and what have you. There you go. That's the stuff that matters. Look at these precision resistors. High resistances. Can't see what they are, but they'll be big. Very windy. Okay. I shall be back in a minute. We can do something. Okay, I'm back in. Close the door before the ginger cats come in. Probably should have left this thing looking at the board so you can see what the board is and studying it whilst I was gone. That was a missed opportunity. I'm trying to get my gloves. They're here somewhere. Just underneath my fume extractor. Well, the actual ducting. Well, there's some glass resistors as well, so those long ones were glass resistors. So this board is dusty anyway, it's like a surface dust on it anyway. So all needs cleaning properly. Right. So you can see this catalytic resistor here, that's 1991 date code on it. Gives you an indication of year. Now, I'm not sure which variant of this unit this actually is. I don't say on the cover, does it? No. I was looking at the covers I've taken off because it says over there somewhere. But there's different variants of these things, different board versions or what have you. Where's the board number on this one? This has got over here. I'll just say that the board's falling out because that'd be bad. So 220, 122, 02C. So it looks like revision C of the board. So yeah, okay, so these connections I'm looking at here, that is not, is that a connector or not? I think it is a connector. It does have connectors. Right, cool. So I can actually unplug it. So we've got a white wire here. Where's this going out of focus? So white wire there. Then you've got the blue at the top, black at the bottom, and then you've got a syndicate conductor going through to the Teflon standoff over there. Alright, so I'm going to disconnect those. This is interesting where it's like sitting here with these wires standing up. What's going with that? Isn't that a read relay which isn't being used? That's strange. I don't know. Anyway. Going to disconnect these wires, hope for the best. I'm going to try and pull his fingers a bit tighter. The gloves are a bit loose. Right, let's try. There we go. That one fell off. Nice and easy. Blue one. Nice and easy. Black one. Nice and easy. Great. And then silicon conductor. Hopefully is also easy. Yeah, that's coming off easy too. Great. There's a screw here. Take that off. Excellent. There's all that off. That was easy. This is what you get when you get something that's well designed. Well designed is always great. I like well designed. So that cover there just fell off. Has that got like what's holding it on? Okay, it's just got some little posts on there just going to the circuit board holes, and there's some really nice read relays under there. That lovely. Bet those are expensive if you can still get them. You probably can't. Right, that seems like it's going to fall out now. It does. Right. So let's lift this board out. Yeah, that's it. There's nothing else on there. It's got a shoulder on the bottom. It's great. So it means I can hold it like that. Lovely. That's all the goodness right here. Do not damage that. Do not touch that. Do not pass go. And there's the drill board and power supply down there. So these big caps here need replacing. I don't believe I've got any of those. I ordered some caps, but I'm pretty sure I bought radials, not axials. 330 microfarad. Yeah. No. That's the problem. I haven't got those caps. And I don't think I ordered the right ones. I think I ordered radials. I might have to go back and check that. Don't damage those wires. Kind of important. Got a couple more there. I think I ordered those. If I probably even got those ones. 1000 microfarad, 35 volt. 1000. 25. 25, 63, 25. Got lots of 25. There's 16. Do I not have the right ones for that either? But I ordered these anyway. I looked at the parts list for this thing and for the 617, which I've also got coming up, which I'll be doing a repair on as well. I looked at the parts list and basically ordered the capacitors in the parts list based on the values and the voltages, which was probably a mistake because I needed radials, needed axials, not radials for those. So I've got some coming. That's not the right ones. And I mean, I do have more axial capacitors in my drawers, well, my parts bins up there. So if I'm lucky, I do have something I can put in here. But I doubt it. It's a shame, so I want to take that board out and actually just do it in one go. Anyway. So there's that board. We've got these spacers, these will just lift off. Where those screws were. That one there is not lifting off though. That's a bit jammed. That's interesting. That was lifting off. Why is that not lifting? There we go, that's off. It's a bit stuck. Now we've got a connector over here for the front panel. That's got to come off. Also very stiff. Try not to bend the pins on these things. Be very gentle with it. Okay, that's off because it's basically a dip header. Right, it's a dip connector on there. Very easy to damage those. The transformer is mounted against the circuit board because I want to get this whole board out, so I look at this switch and everything as well. So I think there's a screw in the middle there. Let's get that screw out. It's loose. That's not good. It was still screwed in most of the way, but it was loose. Still doesn't want to lift. There could be more missing here somewhere. Maybe the transformer ones are screwed into the plastic as well. Which means I do need to take this board off because that's in the way. Can I lift the whole rear panel out now? No. So I need to dismantle this from here. So I'll take that socket off there so I can remove this. Got to take that off there. Right. It's not too bad. So I've got to get these off. Let's move this out of the way before I do something with it and accidentally damage it or something. Put the sensitive circuitry farther away, like that. There's no screws on there, is there? No. I think it's just transformer holding it in now. It's got 4 screws on the transformer, so I think it's sandwiching the PCB onto the casing. And this is semi-moving. But you got the fuse holder there, so I think I have to take this off to get that panel off. Yeah, pretty sure that that's okay. Let's get my nut drivers. It is the right size, but I can't get it on there. Oh, actually it's a bit big. That's slipped. Next one down. What size is this? 8mm, so I probably want 7.5mm. Maybe. Anyway, let's try that one. No, that one there. That's perfect fit. And of course it's got a nut on the back which is spinning. That's one there. Nut. Little spring washer. I should probably record this, shouldn't I? So there's a little nut on the back of that, a little spring washer, little split washer, and then obviously the post itself. And it ended up being a 7mm in hex. Well, 7mm spanner for that. Nut driver, that's the word I'm looking for. There you go, another nut. Split washer. And of course that piece. Right. Now I think that'll come out. Yes it will. No, that's right. I've got to get this off as well. There's that wire there. I forgot about that. Will that one fit? No, of course it won't. It'll be the other one I had before. Yep, that one there. Yep, so this is the 8mm driver I had before. So that fits on there just fine. This has got a nut with a washer built into it. Locking washer. Try and show you. Then you pull it off. Now we can take that card out. Put it in the back of the disc. Another capacitor. It's got a bit of plastic on it to shield it from the board on top. That's nice. Probably means they didn't realise it was going to be quite that tall. 1600 microfarad. No, sorry, that's wrong. 11,600 microfarad, 25 volt. 11,000. I've got 10,000. 35 volt. Much smaller. Oh, I've got 15,000. What's that one there? 16 volt, that's no good. And I've got this massive one, 35 volt. So I could always increase that one if I really wanted to. I have to measure it and see what's any good. I'm tempted to still leave them alone. These big caps, sometimes they're usually still okay. If they're not leaking, if the caps aren't leaking, then they'll probably be still good. Alright, so now we should be able to get to the screws to loosen the transformer off. These plug in. Let's unplug this. These go to the post on the back there, back panel. Unplug that. Trying to see if there's anything else I can unplug. There's the fan. I can unplug that. And I think that's sort of rear panel connections. All I've really got to do is lift it up enough so I can get the fuse holder out of the way so I can lift it off the back panel. Everything else is just going to sit there, I think. Maybe. Yeah, so fuse holder and the AC input are what's holding the back panel on right now. So that'll all come apart easy enough, I think. Right, carry on. Read the chat and read that in a little while. How many's got a Defpom t-shirt? Good question. Probably not many. I haven't sold many. Very few. Like I said last night, in the stream I did last night, the cost is prohibitive, really. It's just too damn expensive. That is unscrewing a nut. on a circuit board. That's not going to plastic. Get one back up. Maybe they're not all into plastic. That's undoing a nut on the circuit board as well. I'll get to this one. That's feels like I'm doing a nut on the circuit board as well. I'm not quite sure how this is done. I'm not sure what's holding us in there. Maybe it's nothing, actually. The board is moving. There's a post here, but I think that's on a circuit board. Yeah, the board's moving. That's moving. What's holding it down? Is it just stuck? I don't see anything else attaching to the inside. I don't see anything else. I mean, I do have to lift the back up. Right? The back has to lift in order to pull the switch from the front. Right? So you can't lift the whole thing straight up. You have to lift the back first. Then I want to get this out of the way. But it feels like, I don't know, is there something stopping it there? But I can't see anything there. I think it is basically out. I just can't pull it. I'm trying to figure out if it's like jammed on this plastic down here or something. Unfortunately, I can't grab into it either. Can't really grab there. Can't see what's stopping that. I think it is the plastic, because even the front ones are tight. I think it's just that plastic post in the front there which is stuck. I need to get something underneath it to hook it. Maybe I can get in over that. Maybe. Just need something I can lift upwards with at that point. No, that doesn't want to go either. What's going on? I think it is just stuck on the plastic post. There we go. That's off that post. Let's try it again. Yeah, that's all it is. Plastic post stuck. There we go. Right. I think I need to take that off as well, so I can move a bit easier. There we go. Rear panel off. Zoom out slightly. Okay, so there's the rear panel off. I was having issues getting the board lifted. It's like it was stuck, and it's actually stuck to the posts. So those little posts that go through the board here, and it's actually stuck on them. I had to manage to, well, I actually got these angle tweezers under there. I was actually able to get into the gap and lever it out and just pop it off the post. It's just stuck on the post. So obviously it's a nice secure fit, which is nice I suppose, but made it a bit hard to get off. Anyway, here's the rear panel. I had to remove that stud there for the earthing, that wire there. Not a big deal. But there's that fan, which is quite noisy. So 115 volt fan. What I'm hoping I can do is to pull it apart and maybe put a new bearing in it. We'll see. Possible thing we can do there. Right, now let's try and lift the board out. The transformer's attached to it. There we go. Slide it back so I can get the switch out the front. Got to hold it where the transformer is because that's where the weight is. Don't hold it anywhere else because you'll damage the board. And then I might even take the front panel out and see if there's anything there which is relevant. You know, there might be some capacitors on the front panel which need replacing as well. But here we go. A few bodge wires under there. Lovely. So I might just take this front panel off and just check that out. If there's nothing there, we'll put it straight back on again and forget about it. You've got an AVE shirt. Nice. I don't know if you can see on here or not, if it shows up on camera. There's like surface dust in there. I don't know if you can really see it or not, but there is surface dust around the place, which all needs cleaning off. It's like on the inside of the casing. There you go, maybe on the casing you can see it there. See that? So that's all over everything. Let's just see how this goes. How's it going? It's hooked in the bottom there, so I think it's just 2 screws at the top we'll take out. Right. So just like to get this out, I've only got to take out 2 screws because it looks like it hooks into the bottom casing. That's what supports the bottom of the unit. So let's just take these top screws out and see if that removes the circuit board. There may be nothing there. I just want to actually have a look and see if there's no, just make sure there's no capacitors that need replacing, because I want to fully refurbish this thing. Yep, that is held there, but the switches are poking through, so I'm going to take the whole board out, the whole front panel assembly, of course, which means getting into this, barely get onto. That's not good, it's kind of rubbing on it as well. Okay. And it's actually got some broken plastic in here, isn't it? Where's that bit from? Oh, it's off the side here. So that doesn't actually matter. It can stay off. Probably means it's had an impact at some point in his life. Now, can we lift this out? Oh, all these switches are pushed through, aren't they? Oh, let's just check and look down the front panel. Oh, I can see a capacitor. There's a capacitor down there. This panel's got to come off. Hope I don't break any switches trying to do this. I'm not sure what plastic it is. It could well be ABS, but I'm not certain. Anyway, to get those out, I've got to take off all these switch covers. Hopefully without breaking anything. Which one's the least important? The enter button? No. It feels like it's lifting. Just trying to do it really gently. Problem is, when you're dealing with old plastics, it's like, don't really want to do that. It's lifted a little bit. I'm just not liking that. I don't really want to pull the switches apart. But there is a capacitor in there, so looks like there's only one that I can see. That's a bit irritating. Just the one. It's attached here. I could almost like desolder it, let it fall inside, take it out, and then tack a capacitor on the back of it. That would probably be safer. I don't really want to be pulling these switches apart. Let me get an IC puller. That's why I'm doing a button I'm probably never going to use. So I can pull it with this. Right. So I'm nervously trying to pull this keycap off using an IC puller. Just trying to really gently just wiggle it and just help it to come off. I'm really worried about breaking something on these. I'm using this because it's a decent piece. Right. But it came off and nothing broke on that one. That's one. I'm just worried about damaging the switches. Let's see how they all go. Because the plastics, they shrink as they get older. No, zoom out slowly. So as the plastics shrink as they get older, they can get tighter. So it takes much more force to get it off now than it did when the thing was first made. That's gone on the floor and I've lost one now. Yeah. Still, let's be gentle with it and see what we can do. So far so good. It'll probably be the last one that breaks, eh? Well, we called the last one, someone that's going to break. Keep dropping the damn things on the floor. It's just a shame there's one capacitor in there. If it wasn't for that one capacitor, I wouldn't have to do this. Have your butt cheeks are clenched, why not? Don't break, don't break, don't break. That's what I'm saying for every single one. Well, getting it. Hand's getting tired there. It seems the dark brown ones are tighter, which is interesting. What's it on the floor more often? I'm really worried about when this is breaking. I think there's slightly different colours as well. Yeah. Yeah, each one's slightly different colours. on the floor every time. What's going on with this? See? Doesn't. See, what I'm worried about is the switch shaft snapping off. Or maybe ripping the top of the switch off, you know, that kind of thing, you know. Right now, all the buttons seem to be working, so I'm, you know, I don't want to break anything for that. Won't come off easy. You sure like that? Jesus, on the floor, on the floor, on the floor. The t-shirt, gravity sucks. I actually have a. I was gonna do a Floor of Doom shirt, but I never quite got the graphics right for it. So I was gonna basically do like a carpet, you know, long shaggy carpet, full of like componentry. You know, I was gonna do a Floor of Doom. And again, like, this is getting ridiculous. I'm going to lose one of these things, aren't I? I've got one more somewhere. I'll have to count them when I'm finished. But yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was going to do like a Floor of Doom shirt. But I mean, I've got some of the graphics there. Where did that one go? That went flying behind me. Jesus. Do this. But yeah, I kind of need like a graphic designer or someone to do something like that. I thought that'd be a pretty nice shirt to have Floor of Doom, because the amount of times things I've done have like gone on the floor. It happens all the time. And my carpet's like that one. My carpet's quite dark, and so things just like vanish. Like that one. There it is. Okay. So we've got 15 dark buttons. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 14. I'm missing one. I've already lost one. 4 of those medium darks. 3 of those ones. 3 of those ones. Yep, so I'm missing one of these dark ones. I thought I'd had one more dropped. Where's that gone? Let's find that before I forget. Stand on it and destroy it or something. Ah, there it is. Right. Double check. I think I counted right. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yep, 15. Great. Okay. Just 2 days to find it. Oh. Right. Pulled those caps off. Didn't break anything that I know of. Lost several caps on the floor. Took a few times to find them. I don't know what it is about doing stuff on this desk, but when you pull things off, or you know, small things, they always end up on the floor and then kind of disappear. Anyway, cover is now off. So that's what the back of that looks like. That could use a clean. So we'll do that. In fact, I'll do that right now before I forget about it. Not sure that's soft enough. Yeah, it's still quite grubby. I'll come back. Let's put a little bit of IPA on it, give it a fighting chance, I suppose. It's like oily as well, so. I'm not doing too well about being in shot, am I? Yeah. It's actually quite amazing sometimes when you clean displays up, just the inside of them, how much difference it can make to how good the displays look. Because the insides almost never get cleaned, right? And it's quite surprising what difference it makes when you do go around and clean them. It is definitely a substantial difference. Right, done. Let's put that to one side. Okay, let's give this a quick blow. Let's get the dust out in here. Okay, so all that because I wanted to, can't say it. So I had to go to all the effort just to get to that capacitor to replace it. What a pain. Found I want to finish that time. Get sucked in. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. So what is this cap here? So Nichicon. I'm going to replace it anyway. 10 microfarad, 25 volt. It's a bit smaller. I'm not sure what brand that is either. I might put a better one in. That's 50 volt. That's significantly different, isn't it? One and 5 degree rated. 35 volt. I do. So negative that side to the left. What's my iron set to? 330. I should be safe on this ball. Not too hot. Okay, out. Away from the hot air station to warm up. Hot air station right here. Away from my extractor to warm up. I should probably be recording a video about this. This will be leaded solder, I'm just freshening it up. Still not quite in shot right, am I? Here we go. Slightly wonky too. Right, so let's remove that capacitor. Negative side is to the left. I'm just waiting for my solder sucker to warm up so I can clear the holes out. I've put some fresh leaded solder on. This will be leaded solder anyway because of the era it was made. It will be leaded, so I'm not worried about that part. So let's clear the holes out. Should be easy to do. It's not fighting unleaded solder. It's always a problem trying to fight unleaded solder. New capacitor. This put in the correct round. That's always a bonus. And the other one was laying down because of the size. This one I could almost stand up actually, because it's much smaller. Yeah, I can actually stand that one up. So yeah. Solder it in. The solder I use has actually got silver in it. I use silver solder for everything. I just prefer it. I just find it gives better results. It's more expensive, but seriously, I'd rather just do this in solder joints. I don't really care. It's not that expensive when you think about how much it costs to do each solder joint. It's nothing really. Yeah. And cut it. Okay. Should give that a clean. Now, someone suggested these to me. I saw them online as well. Some people use them. I've tried using like a big block of it before. I think it's better for surface mount stuff. It does pull flux out. You can see it there. But because it gives you a bit of opportunity to rub and soak up the oils and crap as well. So I don't know. I'm not decided yet whether these are better or not for my normal technique. They do tend to like shred. I think it's better suited to surface mount really. But give it a go. It's always worth trying new things. You never know, might find something that works better. Because it is softly abrasive, you know, it just gives it a very gentle rubbing at the same time. I mean, that seems to have done okay. It's not too bad. Well, it needs a bit long. Yeah, a little bit long, but that's alright. Okay. Hey Thomas. Yeah. I know, it works, but I think it's probably my normal technique's probably better. I think I prefer that. I think it's better for suited for surface mount stuff. And it's all come up alright, but yeah, actually I might leave that out. Should we test these caps as well? We should test them, eh? I won't use them on. I won't do the sync core. I'll just do a generic test with my other test they have here, just to see how they come out with this. Capacitance. $11 microfarad and ESR 8.2 ohms. 8.2. Sounds a little bit on the high side. So I just tested this cap. It came out as 11 microfarad and 8.2 ohms, which sounds a little bit on the high side. So it could have been in need of replacement. It's chicken equivalent, like the one I just put in. just for comparison's sake. It's also 8 ohms, 10 microfarad, 8 ohms. So, yeah, it's probably no different actually. Mind you, that's been sitting here, so you know, once it's had a chance to actually get powered and reformed a little bit, might be different. Anyway, that's that ball done. We can put that back in together again. I'll put it in the right valve. I think that'd be a good idea. I think I'll put those screws back in again while I got it like this, because it might be easier. A little bit of false nose, not much, just a little bit. Let's get the casing and put this back into the casing before I lose that screw. But the casing is also quite dirty, so I might just give that a bit of a clean as well before I do that. Let's go outside, give that a brush off. Don't want to do it in here, don't want too much dust in here. At least the wind out there is pretty high, so I should be able to take the dust away. Put it like straight back into the house. So you reckon acetone might glue that thing on, eh? It's not something I actually tried doing. I mean, I knew about that technique, but it's not something I actually ever tried to do. Should have cleaned the top half wires out there too, shouldn't I? I'm worried about. Problem is, if I glue that, is it going to be? It'll take a little while to go off, won't it? If I use acetone. And then it might glue itself into the front panel. Why is that? So is that just... Yeah, okay, so it's actually fairly important because that's actually holding that into the channel on the front. Yeah, so I think I probably should reattach that. So I was looking at this piece that got broken off, just over here, and that goes into this channel just here. You can't see too well. Framing. So that actually does help to hold this thing upright and in place. The top panel doesn't really do anything, it just sort of slots into it, so it's only the top panel is trying to push it away. So I'm thinking I probably am going to have to reattach that, which means I can't put that back on yet. But that's fine, I can put it to one side and let it dry over time whilst I'm working on the rest of the equipment. I do have some acetone here. Should I put the buttons back on first? Or is that tempting fate with something going horribly wrong? Better see what that is. Just my wife saying it's free selling on Trade Me today. Great. I listed everything the other day, so I don't think I've got anything to list. So if you're in New Zealand and you use Trade Me and you've got stuff to sell, chuck it on in there. No fees today. half expecting to hear a crack as I put one of these back on. That one went straight on really easy, that one. There's a couple which go on easy, which is interesting. These gloves are a bit annoying. They're kind of in the way. I don't probably need to wear them right now. Only when I'm doing that board, really. Down there, that one didn't feel right. That one did not feel right when I've been on. Doesn't click. Put it back off. Is that button 40? Or is this one on the floor? No, it's clicking. Maybe it's just rubbing or something. Now I've got to find that keycap again. Where the hell did it go? You bought another t-shirt, that wasn't free, yeah. Good on you, Steve. Thanks for that. Yeah, unfortunately, the cost is really bad. I mean, I don't like the cost as being as high as it is. But there's nothing I can do about it. Yeah, there's just nothing I can do. It's just bad. I don't get much money from those shirts. Literally only a couple of dollars. It's not much at all. That one still doesn't want to go. What's going on with this one? Maybe it's just sitting in the wrong place and rubbing slightly. Maybe that screw's not in quite the right place, it's sitting a bit low. Do that. Could be that. Not sure it's right. Doesn't feel right, that one. Do the next one. Jones. This one's alright. It's interesting, it's that one button's a bit dodgy. It's weird. That one's fine. It feels fine, but it doesn't have the keycap on it. It's like it's rubbing very slightly. I may need to look at trimming the surround on that one a little bit or something. I think it's rubbing. Now I've got to go and find the one that drops on the floor. Where will that go? There it is. It's amazing how far it travelled. Down behind the stuff. There we go. Complete with some cat here, of course. Damn cat. Not even my cat. It's funny the way I've done all these slightly different colours for each switch. It's blank, you know, each section. And I suppose there's a nice detail, but I'm surprised they've done it. Getting straight. And doesn't want to go on. That was really tight. Why is that being so tight? Turn it around 90 degrees. That's better. Still got to try and fix this power switch as well, yeah. So which section is that one? Is that one or that one? I think it goes that way around. Okay. Nearly there. At least for this piece. Am I getting issues with dropping out again? Oh yeah, geez, I lost lots of frames. Wow. Okay. Acetone to glue that, you reckon? Acetone, I've got some here. Right, that's all that back together. I'm not sure about this button over here. This one doesn't feel quite right. The others are clicking nicely. This one is just not really sitting the same. I'm a bit worried about this one. Don't know what's going on with that. Might just pull the keycap up very slightly. See if it matters. I'm not sure it's like rubbing or what. It doesn't feel right. If you get in the right position, like in this orientation, it does free up and it does start clicking. So I think it's rubbing slightly on the casing. I think I might actually just give it a bit of a trim. So look, tempting fate here. Because we've got the buttons back on again, something's going to go horribly wrong now. I'm pretty sure it's rubbing. Yeah, it's like the plastic panel on the front is actually not quite aligned right. Let me show you. So you can see there's a little bit just here, which means this is probably overhanging the hole a little bit and making it rub. Yeah, see that? I've dented it there. So I'm just going to trim that very slightly. I think that'll fix that problem. Yeah, I mean, it may be when I put that switch in, it's actually been sitting slightly off. I mean, you can see that there. You actually see it's not straight. It may be that switch is not mounted quite right and that circuit board might be slightly wonky. I might trim that side away a bit more as well. Or maybe the punched front panel is actually okay and the plastic moulding is just wrong. Because it actually looks correct in the centering to the outside bezel there, to the actual front panel. The what do you call that? Overlay. So it looks like it's centered to the overlay but not to the moulding. So the moulding might actually be wrong. I'll give that a bit of a trim just there. Let's try that. It's better, but it still feels like it's rubbing. Now when it's pushed forward, it's sometimes clicking. It's definitely better. So I'm going to see down there to see where it's actually rubbing. Okay, it's rubbing on the top edge. I think. I don't know. But it's clicky most of the time now, so it's definitely a big improvement. Maybe it'll be okay once I put it back together. But I can always pull it off again in place and redo it if it still gives trouble. Anyway, that's that one done. GPIB board. So I got one capacitor on there. 10 microfarad, 25 volt. That sounds familiar. Wake that up. So I'll just do the GPIB board. It's got one cap on there. It's another 10 microfarad, 25 volt. So we'll have a look at this and see how this goes. Negative is towards the board edge. Come on, melt. I've got my iron set quite low because some of these older circuit boards don't like a lot of heat. You can very easily lift traces if you're not careful with these older boards. Let's put some more solder on that. There we go. I think it just fell out. Or it moved at least. There we go. Here it is. What's this one measure as? .5 at 6.3 ohms. And that's the same capacity as we pulled out before. The ohms are, well, it's 2 ohms lower, which is significant. So yeah, I think I was probably right there to suspect the other cap being bad. But I suspect any cap being bad, really. So we'll replace that one. Scott Reed. Right. Yeah, I think that one is slightly out of alignment though. It could have done, yeah, it could have bent it a little bit when it's been hit. Anyway, Let's see how it goes. Now, 10 microfarad, 25 volt, you know what I mean. When I 5 to be rated. Get the holes out. Oh, smacking the camera. It's not good. Put it in a critter around. That's always nice. Negative towards the edge. That's what I said, wasn't it? I actually don't really use GPIB, and I do have a GPIB set up, and I've played with it a little bit on the PC and stuff like that, but it's not something I really use. I've tinkered with it a little bit. I think it's because I haven't really used it. It's why I don't tend to use it, but it's certainly got a lot of benefits to using it. If you're trying to do logging and things like that, or doing equipment setups or calibrations, and you're going through lots of steps, you can read back values and things like that. But it's not something I've really played with. It's something I need to do more of, I think. It's old technology and stuff, but it's something I need to do more of. Let's try my traditional technique with this one. I think it was quicker. Yeah, good enough. Not perfect, good enough. Right, that's that one done. Working way through it. Right. There's lots of caps on that board. Maybe I should do that one next, so then I can get these gloves off. Does that sound like a plan? I think it's a plan. I'm just trying to figure out what I did with my scalpel. Here it is. So I've got the GPIB board done. That's that one capacitor replaced on that. Now I'm going to look at this board. Now this is the sensitive board. Now I'm going to do this one next because I'd like to get these gloves off. And once I've done this board, I can take the gloves off and get, because all of this is a standard digital circuitry and, you know, power supply stuff. It's not so critical. Doesn't really matter. This board I've got to wear gloves for. So I need to make sure I've got these caps that I need. I probably do. Let's have a quick look, see what I've actually got. 10 microfarad, 25 volt. Oh, sounds familiar. Had a few of them so far. The same again, same again. It looks like they're doing quite good bomb optimization there. Same again. Yeah, loads of those. Okay, all these blue ones are 25 volt, 10 microfarad. These two at the back here. What's that? 350 volt. 7 microfarad. Really? That can't be right, surely. I can't be reading that right. There we go. 4.7, that makes more sense. Right. 350 volt, 4.7. I ordered some of these. They haven't arrived yet. They're arriving in the next couple of days. So I might not be able to do those ones yet. Yeah. Hey Sean. Let's get warm in here. It's 25 degrees. I'm thinking about turning the heat pump on, or the air conditioning on. How am I dropping for frames? I'll drop some more, but it seems to be okay right now. It's bloody annoying. I don't think I've got those caps. Let me check. So that was 4.7 microfarad. 4.7s. 350 volt, well, yeah, none of those will be that high voltage. So I don't have those ones in stock at the moment. I could do the rest of them, I suppose. Or maybe I'll just put this board aside and leave this one for the time being. I think I'll do that. I'll put this board aside actually. This one can wait. I still find it weird to got this set up on here. It's just strange. What are they doing there? Is that like a intentional? I mean, it's going through the circuit board. Is that like a bypassing link or something so you can do testing? Maybe. Bit unusual, isn't it? So it's going to the circuit board. You can see it going right through to the board there. So they aren't actually unconnected. Maybe it's just for bypassing. Or maybe it's powering up and someone bypassed it. Who knows? Yeah, anyway. I'll put that back over there for the time being. We'll do this one. Because I might have these caps, or some of them. So I was actually hoping these parts to be here on Friday, so I could, you know, have all the parts for doing the live stream. Yeah. Now, the question is, do I have any of these parts? Got to fix the power switch though. You'll need to look at that. So what are these ones? 105-degree rated, that's nice. Especially as it's next to a heatsink. Try to get the light in the right so I can see. Oh. 1000 microfarad, 35 volt. Yeah. 1000 microfarad, 35 volt. $25. Don't look for this before already. Where's that another one? That's one I've used on something else. 50 volt. If I've got another one, then I'll be happy. Why on earth are these in here? 1 farad, 5.5 volts. I knew I had some super caps around somewhere. Found them. I'll put it back. Yeah. I don't have both of those parts. So I don't actually have the caps I need for this board either. Well, this is a bit of a disaster. I can't do much more. I can do like the low voltage ones. When I'm doing caps like this, I like to make sure I'm replacing both with like for like as in two which are the same. So I don't want to have like a 35 volt and a 50 volt, for example, or two different series or two different manufacturers. I like to keep them the same so that each is identical. That's the way I like to do it. Yeah, it's one of these things. I mean, a few small caps on here I can replace. There's 3 of them. Much better, 12 degrees. Alright. Is it still dropping frames? No, it's looking okay since the last time I looked. So I can do the smaller caps. So it's look like all 10 microfarad again. 10 at 25, 10 at 25, yep, and there's one more over there. 10 at 25. So yeah, they're very good at optimising their bombs. So let's replace these. 3 of them. These are all physically much smaller, but the other ones have got a higher voltage. I'd rather try and keep like for like if I can, if I've got the right parts or something. The ESR on these might be slightly higher because they're smaller. Right. Just take these out. At least the small ones. Can't stand it up like that, it's going to damage it. I need to rest it on something. Hold on. You kind of prop this up so I don't put stress on that post. That's not going to work. Maybe I'll use an internal shield, is that all right? Look at that. That kind of works. Right. You guys can't see a damn thing. So it's 3 capacitors here I'm going to replace. They're all 10 microfarad 25 volts. So Keysight did a really good job of optimising their bombs to make sure they're minimising their part inventory, which is nice. I might need to put some more solder on this. It's a bit lacking, making it hard to run solder. Let's see, here we go. No, need more solder. There we go. That one's straight out now. And the next one. This is one of these techniques to get these things out. And then once you've got the things out, then you can come along with your desoldering gun and clean the holes out. And if you're lucky, there's enough solder left to do it. My soldering iron has gone to sleep, so that's not going to work. That's why it's not working. I have to wait for it to warm up. And I still haven't done the front panel thing with the acetone. We'll do these caps first and I'll do the acetone thing. We hit the sack. Okay, Dave, thanks for dropping by. Let's check these caps while we're waiting. So the first one I pulled out, that's reading, get it on there without touching the other probe, 10 8.5. This one might have been leaking. $11.8. Just the bottom looks a bit weird. Don't know, is it? Maybe it's got wet, I'm not sure. Or it could be from MIDI soldering. This looks, see that? Yeah, suspicious about that one. Bottom doesn't look quite right. I suppose I should actually double check these are 25 volt caps, not assuming they are the same as the others. See, that's a 35 volts, even better actually. So this one here, 35. What's the one I just put in? Same 35. All 35s then. All being upgraded very slightly then. I don't know if you can hear that banging. That's my cat knocking the, well, my not cat knocking to get back in. That's the black one. I'm going to let him in. Now when he meows when he comes, I'm not quite sure if he's saying thank you or fuck you, what took you so long? I'm not quite sure which one it is. It could be either one, being a cat, you know. We've got another one down here to do yet. Can I stand it up? Not real. The same way, I think. What are we doing? Just there. Negative is towards the bottom. Where's the other cat gone? I had another one here somewhere. Where have I put it? Have I lost it? There it is. So those three caps replaced. Got to clean those up now. At least that's the smaller caps on this board. I sort of did the big ones. I need to wait until the parts come into stock. But those axials, which I think I've ordered the wrong parts for, that's going to be a problem. Agree with what the cat had to say, but do you know what he said though? That's a bit offensive. Was he complaining or was he, you know, saying thanks? Which one was it? Also, like I said, it's not my cat. No, but the hobbyist is gone as well. 4 minutes ago, missed it. Jeez, I'm not looking at the chat enough, am I? Okay. So that's the small ones done that board. That's all I can really do on that one. I might just go and give us a dust off. Then we'll look at that one, I think. Do the small caps on that board. Actually, before I do that, let's measure this one. See what we get. 10 at 9.5. This one's going. So this cap here, which I just pulled out from over there, that's measuring 9.5 ohms. That's 1 ohm more than all the other ones. The best one's been 6.5 ohms. Most have been 8.5, and this one's been 9.5. So we're getting a range of internal resistances on these things, ESRs. So that one I'm thinking is definitely bad, and the others I'm suspicious about. I think the cat wants to go back out again. What are you doing? Walking away again. Open the door. He's trying to lead me to his food. I think his food must be empty. Right, let's go and do this. I should be back in a minute. What? Let's give this as well. Right. So that's those nuts I was saying on the back of the board before when I was trying to undo them. So I should probably check they're still tight. As soon as I kind of loosened them when I was trying to figure out how to get the thing apart. And we still haven't done a power switch yet. As you can hear, that cat's rather talkative. Can be a little irritating from time to time, just saying. So the power switch is definitely sticking, so I'm not quite sure what we can do about that. Could just try lubricating and see if it comes right. Shut this cat up. Come on, let's get you some food. So the ginger cats don't get on with the black cat. They don't like it, one more than the other. The black cat is so docile, he just sort of sits there and gets smacked in the face. Anyway. I still got to do the acetone thing. Let's do it now so I can put it to one side. Keep getting distracted. So that will fit in a way you can see it, hopefully. So this plastic piece I need to kind of fit back on. It's going to go back on like that. So if it's ABS, we can use acetone in theory to glue it back on. It'll basically melt the plastic, and when it evaporates off, it goes solid again. So we're going to give that a go. I've got some acetone here, and we'll see if it works or not. If it doesn't work, it will melt and stay molten. If it does work, great. If it doesn't work, well, we'll see how we go. So let's get a little bit of this out. tiny little bit. Going to get some on my tweezers here and just put it on this edge. Okay, and the same on the piece we're going to glue on. Well, hopefully glue on. Find that plastic edge which is broken. We want it down that as well. Come on, I'll get my tripping off this. It's a bit annoying. Tweezers aren't really absorbent for some reason. There we go. Look in there. I don't know if it's going to work or not, but we'll try it. If we're lucky, it'll work. Alright, let's place it back in place and see if it will work. Will it go? Will it not go? If we're lucky, it'll work. Try and make sure it's pushed right down properly. Because if there's any gaps, it won't work. Right, let's leave that sitting to one side and see if it ends up being solid at the end of it. Not beer, I've got a V this time. The beer was last night. I actually might try and drop a bit more in here so I can run down into it, hopefully. Yeah, there is some colour change here that is melting, so I think it's going to work. I think we're good. Yep, that's melting, that's working. So I think that's going to do the job. Okay, that's that done. Back to this piece. So the plastic seems to be melting okay, so it does seem like the acetone is going to work on that. So I'm going to put that to one side, leave it over there now. And now we can come back to this. Now the issue we got with this board now, apart from those big caps which I need to still replace, is that this switch is not working correctly. It is not latching as it should. I'm not quite sure if it's not moving over correctly or whether it's, I don't know what it's doing. I'm trying to figure out what is causing it to not work. See, now it's jammed. Hasn't that before? That's a new one. So I might need to take this apart and try and take that plunger out. Give it a clean. Worst case, it's just a power switch. I could maybe find something which will fit. I do have other power switches in my stock. Whether there's something which matches this, I don't know. But I'd like to try and obviously keep it original. But obviously the switch right now is not working as it should. Yeah. It's just not flowing. I mean, I could just try lubricating it and see if it comes right without taking it apart. I'd rather do that. We'll try that first. Okay, HD Edison. I haven't seen it before, I think. So I've got some switch clean lubricant stuff. I sprayed out on it. It's a bit messy. It's not deoxit, it's some other stuff. Where is it? It's here somewhere. Where is it? Or is it outside? It might be out in the other room actually. the oxy is then. We'll chuck some deoxit in it, see if that does it. Must be out in the other room. I'll just chuck some of this in, see if it does anything, rather than putting the whole thing apart. Straight away it's working. But will it keep working? I mean, if I pull it apart and clean it properly, it's probably better. It's stuck again there. So I just sprayed some deoxit in there, and it's kind of working right now. If it did stick once, it doesn't really feel right. It's stuck there. So I'm not quite sure what's going on with this. It's just stuck there. Give it a pull, pops out. I'm actually thinking I should just pull the plunger out of it. If I can. Maybe working it will help it. Don't know. Should we try it? Should we try taking it apart? I don't have much experience pulling switches apart, so I could easily make a mess of this. There's a little piece which holds it. So there's more going on than just that piece. There's one on the other side as well. No. So what's holding it in now? Actually, wonder if the top of this will come off. I'm sort of wondering if it will lift off the top assembly or not. There's some definite flex in there. What I'm really worried about is getting it to stop sticking, right? That's what I'm really worried about. I mean, maybe there's some dirt in there. Let's have a close look. Jesus. I think the wheelie bin has fell over again with the bricks on top of it. Hold on. Want to go back out? I think the bricks blew away. Want to go out, Tom? Alright, let's take cat back outside again. Yeah, the bricks blew away. Yeah. Definitely windy out there. Okay. Well, actually it looks pretty clean in there. It doesn't look like there's any dirt. So, let's do some video on this, I suppose. I was looking at the switch here and I pulled that plunger piece out, which holds it all intact, which actually activates the latching. I'm looking in the channel it runs in. It looks perfectly clean. I can't see any dirt or anything in there. So I don't actually know why it's sticking. It shouldn't really be sticking. So I was thinking maybe there's a bit of grit or something in it, you know, just getting it away. But it looks fine. I can't see anything. Oh, you got 5200, are you? Awesome. Very interesting unit. It's certainly true. If you see my videos, I explain how something works. One of the bits that gave me trouble on that thing was that it's a loop. So it's got a feedback loop which runs within the amplifier section, and so it feeds back into itself so it can monitor its output and control for any variation. And it's also got a 3-stage oscillator, so it's got each phase goes out of phase by 60 degrees, I think it was. So it goes through that and it goes 6 degrees out, 6 degrees out, 6 degrees out, and that caused me problems as well. And I think that was actually just because someone had been messing with all the adjustments in it. I replaced some parts on it and got very little out of it. Replaced the capacitors, which needed doing, but the actual oscillator came right when I tried doing some adjustments. I just thought, oh, let's twiddle these things, because see what happens, and then it came right. So I think someone had been messing with it and screwed it up, trying to fix some other fault, you know, because they had so many things wrong with it. I think it's like a parts unit, you know, all the bits from broken ones got shoved in it, because every single board had a problem with it. But yeah, it's a loop, and so one of the things I had to do when I was troubleshooting that, I'll zoom out a bit. One of the things I had to do when I was troubleshooting that was actually disconnect part of the loop and feed in my own signals. So I was driving it independently, so now I could test independently as well. Because of being in a loop, it doesn't work properly. It tries to compensate for it, and all sorts of other things happen, and things go out of whack. So it was a bit tricky to deal with. I can't remember the board it was now, but I showed it in the video I did anyway. It was one of the later ones. All the early ones about repairing the power supplies and all that sort of stuff is one of the, probably around 14, 15 would have been around there. That's where I would have shown that stuff, I think. Oh, you got the 5215A as well. Nice. Got a full set. Yeah, very nice. I've actually still got my 5200A sat in the other room. I've been trying to sell it for a while. Although I haven't powered up for about 6 years. So I was probably I was actually thinking yesterday I should probably go out there and power some of the gear I've had sitting around, just to make sure it all still works. But yeah, I've been trying to sell that thing. Because I don't really need it anymore. Because I've got 2 other AC calibrators. But I don't know. I'm sort of on the fence about it. I'm sort of not really too worried about not selling it. But yeah, the fact that I haven't turned it on in 6 years is probably an indication of what's going on. Right. I'm going to go in here with a bit of tweezer anyway and just see if there's anything in there which I can't see. Yeah, seems fine. Let's put that piece back in again. Maybe this is bent, it's causing problems. That could happen too. I've come across that in the past. Right now it's working perfectly. So I've got my tweezers in the groove there and just ran the thing around the grooves just to make sure there's no bits of grit or anything in there which I couldn't see. And I put this little bar back in again. And so far, it's working fine. Now what can actually happen is these little bars, they can bend or get bent by someone's forcing it or something like that, or something's not quite right. And if they bend, it can cause them to not sit in quite the right place, or they dig in when they shouldn't dig in. I mean, that's something which could be happening with this. It is bent slightly towards the back. So I'm going to just look at this really closely now and see if I can see anything which doesn't look quite right with that fitment. But these can be a bit of a pain sometimes trying to diagnose them if they don't quite work right. But right now this is looking really good. That might be fixed. Yeah, I mean I've put some deoxit on it, which does leave a bit of residue behind. Okay, it's just getting stuck on that leading edge there. Getting pushed over. Okay, I can see where it would have been sticking. I can see the bit which would have been causing it to stick. Yeah, I can see where the bit is that was making it stick. So it runs in like a channel. I might just draw this out really roughly. Or maybe I can show you on camera. Maybe I can show you if I can get close enough. Here we go. Perfect. Now I've got to push it if you see it, right? So as it goes down, that's fine. Comes back, it locks as it should do, that's fine. Comes back over there, that's good. When it comes back, you see that edge there? Where it sort of ramps up. And you've got the little cup which is holding it when it's fully in. I think it was catching on the front edge of that cup, that little bit just there. So it's not running over to the right. It's running like more central. Or it should be running upwards, should I say. It should be running up to the top like that. And down here, sitting down there. I think it's hitting on that front edge and then getting stuck. Once it goes past that point, it's fine. Right? Because it's, when it's trying to release, is when it's coming off. Getting stuck, so it's around there is where it's getting stuck. So I might just explain that on video as well. Right, so here's the switch, nice and close. So you can see the little channel there that pin runs in, runs all the way out the side. So there's different heights in the channel, which guides it. So that's why it can do different paths. I'm trying to go back down. See, it sort of flops over. Also trying to build up over spring tension as well, but it goes over that way, pops over into that channel, and when you release it, so you can only go there. When you release it, it goes that side to the centre, and then back when you push it in again, and back round, right? So when you release it, it goes to there. That's now in the opposition. When you push it to turn it back off, it pops it back over there, goes to the top edge, and when it comes back, that is where it's catching, was just here, right? In that bit just there is where it's catching. When you're trying to release it, it get like there and stuck. So that pin was sitting, or getting stuck on the front edge of that cup, right there. Then when you flick it, it would pop into the right place. But I can't see anything there to actually cause that to happen. It all looks fine. So, as far as why that was happening, don't know. I mean, that pin is very slightly bent forwards, well, to the back I mean. See, it's got a slope leading to the back, so that may be part of the problem, causing it to not sit in quite the right place. But I don't know, it might be fine. It could just be wearing in there, in that front hole. But you know, right now it's working perfectly, so happy with that. Sven, you gave me some money. Jeez. 50 knock. Thanks for that. You give me too much money, Sven, because Sven's a YouTube member and a Patreon, and has just donated some money. Too generous, mate. Way too generous. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm just wondering about that. Whether I need to bend it a little bit. I mean, has someone pulled on it to bend it, trying to force it to come open? But I mean, right now it's working fine. So it's working. Now I've got that silicon stuff I've used on various things, which is like it's supposed to be like a sunroof lubricant. But it dries up. I've tried it on something else and it dries up. This stuff doesn't. But I've only got a little bit of it left. It's like almost all gone. So I'm going to like put a little bit of this in there and see if that helps. If I can get it in. Probably chose the wrong tool for this job. Yeah, probably. There you go, a bit of silicone in there. I need to get some more of this. This stuff is quite good, but it's bloody expensive. Probably because it's got the word Nightcore in it. Well, it looks promising. You keep that switcher stocked. I mean, I've got a big bin, like I was saying before, big tub of. Let's undo the zoom. It always catches me up. I've got this big tub, like that square and that tall, full of switches which I picked up at an auction. And but I think there's probably only about 4 or 5 different types in there. But it does have switches a bit like this in there. But I've got it there thinking, okay, when I get a power switch which I need to replace, at least I've got something I may be able to use. And, well, I think that probably is the case. But I haven't actually had a situation yet where I've had to replace one. I've always been able to recover them so far. Guess I've been lucky. In the past I've had issues where I couldn't fix them. I had to bodge something. I've had to get in there with like a scalpel and try and recut the channels. I've done that in the past. Just sit there and just scrape away the channels and try and re-etch them and reset the heights and stuff like that. And recut the little cups and stuff that are in there. Done that. Tedious, but possible. You can do it if you've got the patience. Alright. So that's all I can do on this board. Now I've been doing all this stuff with these gloves on. These gloves now, they've got silicone and all sorts of shit on them, so these probably aren't need cleaning my hands, to be honest. Gear grease works. Okay. I mean, I do want to try and find some nice silicone grease. This stuff I've been trying to find, it's like, it hasn't been very good. It usually dries up, but I know you can get silicone grease which doesn't dry out. But do you think I can find it? You know, I want some nice silicone grease, so I can, you know, like that Nightcore one. You know, that seems to last. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's just, I don't know what it is about what they're making. But the stuff I'm getting from China, you know, so it's like, yeah, is it dish soap? It could be. Hey Kim, how's it going? Didn't know you should pop in. Yeah, I think you're right there, Ian. It is stopping in that hole slightly. But at least now it's to the point where it seems to be working okay. So that's the main thing. It's working. So we've got 11,600 microfarad, 25 volt, which I can replace. I don't have those ones. I don't think. I should look in my parts drawers, or my parts box up there, and see what capacitor's got. If I may have something that I can put in here, I would like to finish this board and put it back in. I'm not sure if this is actually working. Hold on, let's take his gloves off. I think they're pretty much useless now because they're dirty. You've been wearing them for everything. Right. Now my hands are sticky. That's weird. So to make sure I put some more gloves back on before I handle that board again. Because I'm going to need to take this cover off the back so I can get to these other capacitors. Let me go and look, see if I've got these caps. I know I've got one I can put in here. Whether I do 11,000 or 15,000 though, that's a question. Is this cap discharged? Oh, actually, is that leaking? Let's have a look. Do you think that's been leaking? It looks interesting around there. What do you reckon? In fact, it's darker in the area. Although that's a Siglent. That's a silicon of some kind. I might have glued it down. Maybe that's what it is. Anyway, I see what caps I've got in my parts here. I hope I've got ones I can put in there. Otherwise, it's going to have to wait until the parts I ordered arrive, which may also not be the right ones anyway. I really need to reorganise this area. 20,000 50 volt. I think this might be a bit much. Yeah, I think these are 2,200 200 volts. Yeah, nah. But so I need some axials anyway for the other ones. What's this one here? 1,000 microfarad at, well, only 25 volt. Yeah, I need, was it 160 volt, wasn't it? 330 at 160. They're the ones I'm really worried about. Then I may even be fine. I should probably just measure them actually, shouldn't I? Hey look, there's another super cap. Looking for those last night. $2,200 at 40 volt. Nope. So many caps, so many parts. I really need to reorganise this whole bin into different things because it's just like everything which is like an overflow is in there. 100 microfarad, 450 volt. They are axial, but it's not the right ones. I've got so much stuff shoved in here. I've even got valves in here. No, it's not looking promising. Just one here. No. I've got any 680s in here. It'd be funny if I found some 680s now. I've ordered some more. $4,700, 25 volt. No. Do I need some of those or something? That sounds like it's something I needed recently. Do I have any space in here? Not really. Right. Okay. No, it doesn't look like I've got any caps I can put in. So those are going to have to wait until those parts arrive. Got some valves in here too. Various things I've purchased. Spare valves for something. These might have been for the IT12, was it? The capacitance tester from Heathkit. I think I might have got them for that. Comes to valves, get them when you can. You're a day not too far away, I'm sure, but you can't get them at all. What are these ones? Did I miss these? No. Okay. I have to wait those other parts to arrive. Gonna have to. And as annoying as that is, got no choice. Who would have thought I would have a situation where I don't have the right capacitors? You know, it's just, how does that happen? You see me buy loads and loads of capacitors. Loads of them. And I still don't have enough. Yeah, anyway, let's measure these caps. First thing I'm going to do is obviously see if there's any power on them. Don't want to blow up my tester. I doubt there is power on it. It's been sitting there for a while now. I've been touching the back of the board, so I think there's power in it. I would have found out by now. Nothing. Nothing. And nothing. Okay. 0.4 volts, it should be fine. Let's test these and see what the tester thinks of them. They may be fine. My SD card's getting very full. I've only got 18 minutes of footage left on the SD card. I'm going to have to empty it out. .18 ohms, 1100 microfarad. That capacitor actually seems fine, at least for that test. Where's the other ones? Over here somewhere, trying to find where the legs are. Can't tell where the legs are. No, I'll stay up on this side then. They get tangled up. What I'm really worried about is big heavy transformers. I'm going to like half drop it or something, and all that weight's going to crack the circuit board. I'm really worried about handling it. So I just tested that blue cap on the back there, 1180, and yeah, it's turned off. 0.18 microfarad or something, so that was fine. Measures okay anyway. Let's check these big ones here. 339 at 0.2 looks fine. Oh, slipped off. 337 at 0.2 also looks fine. So those big caps, they look okay. So I don't think they need replacing urgently. There's no obvious signs of leaking. I better double check. There is some staining here. Maybe there is something. I don't know. Is that leakage signs there, or is that just something else? Is that just dirt? Makes me a little bit suspicious. It's probably just dirt. Let's look at the other end. I'm getting shot. Those look okay from what I can see as well. There's no signs of leakage. So those caps could be perfectly fine for another 10 years maybe. You just don't know. Or they could start leaking next week. Which is why I like to replace these things regardless. But unfortunately, the caps I ordered, I'm pretty sure I ordered axials, not radials. Sorry, radials, not axials. Because obviously these are axial caps. I'm pretty sure I ordered radials. Not 100% sure, pretty sure. So if I've got the wrong ones, then I won't be replacing those. At least not with those caps. I might have to do another order. That's annoying. Yeah. 16 minutes of footage left. So yeah, right. Firmware for this is B5. So that's got 220V111 B5, 220V109 B5. I'm pretty sure B5 is already available. Let me double check in my files. See if I've got B5. If I do, then I won't bother updating or backing up those EPROMs because someone has already done it. Let me have a look. Carefully. Carefully 220. There's a zip there, VPROMs in it. Let's have a look. There'd be 11. There'd be 11 firmware. So no. They are not backed up. So I need to back those EPROMs up then. Okay. So I really wish I had as an EPROM programmer worked on my Mac. I have to do it on a PC, which means I have to sort of get onto my wife's desk over there and use her computer, which is fine if she's not around, I suppose. Give me a second, I've got to get this stuff out, get it all over there. Back this up now, I'm thinking about it. Otherwise I'll forget, and I'll put it back together and go, oh damn it, those EPROMs, I can't get to them now. Wouldn't be the first time. Right, hold on, let's just change camera views. That one will do? Yeah, that will do. Right. Wife's computer is over here. So I've got a Datamon programmer here. I'm going to use that. This programmer, you have a story behind this one. I ended up getting it for free in the end. It wasn't intentionally, but it ended up happening that way. I ordered this off eBay and it never arrived. It's months. It was literally like 2 months, 3 months, something like that. And I ended up saying, hey, this thing's not arrived. You know, I sort of raised an issue on eBay and got refunded because it hadn't arrived. The tracking basically stopped. It just stopped. There was no tracking saying, I think it got like halfway here and then stopped or something. Just disappeared. And then it just never arrived. And then probably 2 months after I got refunded, 2 or 3 months after that, it turned up. So I got that free. Now I originally paid, what did I pay for that? $500, I think it was, $500-600 for it. It's very expensive. So getting it for free was quite nice, I suppose. If I can get this in, get a different adapter. It's got one of these 2-pin adapters on it. Where's the one I want? Got one of these that fits it. This one here. So yeah, although it ended up being, it was quite a worry thinking, oh shit, you know, I've lost $600 worth of product. It turned out it was okay because I got it for free in the end. So I kind of made up for it, but in a way I feel sorry for the seller because I don't know if they lost their money or what. I don't know what happened here, but communication with the seller was useless, so I wasn't really too worried about that. Mouse over here. Get all this stuff. Oh god. Fucking pop-ups everywhere. Go away. Plug this in. Turn it on. Launch software. Once I find it, always forget where it is. There's a couple of versions, otherwise just trying to open the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Like I said, always open the wrong one up. Dear. That one. There's one's for like a game programmer. And I always open up the game programmer one first. I do it every time. So let's get these EPROMs out. Where's my puller? So what is this saying? HN 462732G. Interesting. Hope it's in the list. Just move this out of the way from it. Device. Select device. HN 46. It's got a bunch of them. 2732G. That's how I said, wasn't it? Double check. Looks like it's in the list at least. HN 462732G. Yep, that's the right one. Great. It's in the list. Okay. I'll check the chat again in a second. Hey Kim, it's a Keithley 220 current source. So it's got a precision instrument, all the analog board stuff, and the precision, the goodness is over there. I'll show you. So this has got some really nice precision resistance stuff on it. I can probably touch the bottom board actually. That'd be right. Show you this. Got some nice resistors on there. Look at these things here. Beauties. So this is all double shielded and stuff. There's normally another shield goes on top of this, which is sitting there, and then there's another shield that goes on top of that. So effectively this bit here is triple shielded. But yeah, this needs recapping basically. First, basically refurbishment, as I do. But yeah, so I thought we'd work on today is this thing. But unfortunately, I ordered parts, but they haven't arrived in time. I did order a whole set of capacitors for this thing, but I might have ordered the wrong ones for these because I was just going off the parts list, which said 330 microfarad, 160 volts. So I think I've got radials with axials. Anyway, let's pull these out. Yeah, so let's do 109 first, I suppose. Come on. Just not going to go too well. Come on. That's very tight in that socket. Okay, there we go. There we go. Let's go and read this one off. Have you ever gone? I'm over here. Yeah, I should have changed view, shouldn't I? Anyway. I've got the chip. Let's put it into the reader and I'll read the chip off. And I'm sorry you guys can't see this. And without these lights off, I can't see much either myself. Placement. I should make sure I've got the placements right on this one. And I know you guys can't see anything here, but yeah, can't do much about that, I'm afraid. Okay, let's double check information about the device, make sure there's nothing special. Yeah, it's all fine. Nothing special about that. Alright, let's pop this thing in. Alright. Read it. 100% read. Just look at the output. Yep, there's a whole bunch of data in there. Looks promising. Interestingly, it's not much data as I thought it would be. No, it's fine, okay. Right. Goes to FF0 is the last address. Just going to reseat the chip, read it again, or do a verify in fact. It reads it again, compares it against the buffer. It matches, so that is probably fine. Let's save that setup, or save that file. I know it's not very exciting for you guys, I'm afraid, but you know, it's. Wiper's got a mouse like wrapped around it. It's not a bloody wire. It's barely move the wire. How does she use a computer like this? label. Right. This one where I keep my files. Right, hold on. Documents. My files. Data mainly from Pearls. Right, here we go. File name is a key-free 220 B5, wasn't it? B5, which is a H. What did I say this device was? HN. I'd like to put a device number on it as well, on the actual file name. HN462732G. This is V109. Or U109, not V, it's a U, isn't it? Of course it is. U109. Okay. Save. That's that one saved. Let's do the next one. Yeah, we can get a see what I'm doing this time. This one's really, really tight, so I'm thinking this one's going to be the same. What I'm trying to do is, what this has got, it's got these little fingers on the side which push down on the socket. So it means we're actually pushing between the, well, pulling the IC from the socket, not pulling it from the board. But these ones are really, really tight, so I'm having trouble getting these ones to actually come out. And so I'm trying to lever it a little bit as well, just to help it. But there we go, it's off, it's off. Gotcha. Okay, let's do this one. Oh, and you went blind. That's typical, wasn't it? Hey? Did you miss the money shot when you're getting the thing out? You waking up yet? Here we go. That's typical. Typical for it to go off as I'm doing that. Because I left it too long. Anyway. You got the T30 for $75 in 2019. Wow. Yeah. I mean, I purchased this last month and I paid a lot of money for it. It was one of the cheaper ones though on eBay, but still a lot of money. Yeah. Do that, you can see the back of my head again. Okay, let's read this one. Same device, so I don't have to do so much setup. Right. Move it in the socket. Do it again. Verify, make sure we get the same data. Yep, good. Let's actually look at it. Yep, FF0 again, or OFF when you want to see it. Yep. No, data seems fine. Save that as well. This is U 111, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Okay. Saved. Right, that's that done. See what my phone was. Okay, my wife's just saying she's on her way back. She's been out seeing friends today. Right. Okay. Put that back in. Don't bend any pins. Mind you, at least now I've got a copy of it, so I can always make another reprint if I need to. Just checking out bent any pins is always a good thing to do, especially when the socket's that hard to get out in the first place. Okay, that's all I can do on that board. Check the switch again. Still working fine. Great. So it just has big caps, which means I can't really put it back together because I would like to put that board back in again today. But, I mean, the taps tested okay. I can replace this one. But do I go to 15,000 or 10,000? Bit of a strange value to say 11,000, isn't it? 35 volt. This cap's probably going to be bloody expensive too. This sort of size, it's probably like a $20 capacitor or something. I kind of want to change it. I want to change it. Let me check the diagrams and see what that's actually running at and see if it really matters that much. Obviously it's a big bulk cap, but I want to have a look and see what's actually going on there. Let's put this back away. Cleaning as you go makes your job a bit easier. The EEPROM program away later on. That's a bit more involved. Okay, go over here. Now let's find service manuals. I've got a few versions of these. I've got to find the right one. Different versions. Oh. Let's just find diagrams and go from there. I'll show you the page in a second once I find it. It's C107. That one there. So C107 is over here. That's the one. Did those, didn't I? I did those two. Those ones there I didn't do, did I? What was the story with those ones? 35 volt, weren't they? 35 volt, 1000. That's right, I only had 25s or something. So yeah, I need to do those too. So yeah, there's 5 caps I still need to replace on this board. So those two there, and that one there. So let's just have a look and see. When I was looking through my bag or my parts box before, I should have been looking for those other caps, shouldn't I? I might actually have them. So that's C21, or 121, 122, 107. Parts list. I think that's the right one. No. Where's the parts list for that one? Didn't go far enough. Right. 1000 microfarad, 35 volt. And C107, 10,000. This actually says 10,000 in here. 25 volt. So we'll actually up that one then. That's interesting. We've got 10,000 there. We've got 11,000 in the unit. Is there an older version of this setup? That's revision H. These are all revision H. Hold on, I've got a physical manual here. Physical manual. Let's find that. I've got 2 physical manuals. I've got version H, I think. Version C. Version C is one which actually matches my unit. So that's actually the correct one, which is the older version. Was it, oh, I've got physical G. Is it physical G? It might be. Anyway, I've got physical version C, which is what's in mine. Let me find out what this thing says. Let's look at the physical manual. Obviously means you guys can't see it, but I'll show you when I find it, I suppose. Where's the parts list? Here we go. C107, 10,000 as well. So interesting. So the cap that's in there is bigger than it's stated in the manual. Yeah. Okay. That's that manual. And let's try the later manual. Maybe I upped it in the later manual. I don't know. Maybe I upped it later. I don't know. Let's have a look at the later one. Parts list. Come on. C107, 10,000 as well. So all the manuals I've seen all say 10,000. So putting a 10,000 would be in there. In there would be fine. So I could change that one. The other parts are all the same. Yeah, the other ones are all listed the same. So that's alright then. I'm pretty confident with that then. Put that back. So that's good. Now let's actually look at the circuit diagrams. Gotta find out where that is. Oops. Don't know what window would be helpful. I don't think it's going to be on that diagram somehow. It's probably going to be down here. Here we go. So we've got C121 and 120. They're across these inputs to these regulators. 15 volt regs, so they're probably 20 volt supplies or thereabouts. So they've got 35 volts, wouldn't they? 25 volts might be okay, but might be a bit close. Yeah, might be a bit close. Depends what the overhead is on these regulators. But they're linear regulators, so I don't think they have too much overhead on them. And 107 is over here. It shows 10,000 on the diagram as well. 5 volt rail. So again, it probably wouldn't have too much overhead on it. So that's a 25 volt cap. Even a 16 might be alright. Really depends on what's coming out here. Unfortunately, there's no annotations on here about what the voltages are, which is a shame. That would have been nice. Yeah, no, right, input voltages in would have been good. And these other caps here, 117, 118, those 330s, that's 125 volt rail. So yeah, those 160 volts are needed. Yeah, it's just unregulated, just a smooth supply. That's all that is, unregulated supply. So not too bad. It's pretty straightforward. I mean, yeah, I've got 1000 at 25. How close is that rail to that though? is there going to be more than a 10 volt overhead to the regulators? Can I power this up without the rest of the circuitry plugged in? Maybe. You need to use the way to put a current source on a chair. Yeah, it's a giveaway. I'm tempted to power this up and see what voltages we're getting onto those regulators and the inputs, or at least the voltage across those caps, to see if I could potentially lower the voltage ratings, because then I can at least replace some of them. I could power it as it is, can I? I could plug the power in, got a power switch on the front. I could power it as is and see what we're getting. Need to measure that one. Don't keep it those. Keep it that one. So I can do it upside down. I'll probably ones that myself. Let's do that. So as I don't have exactly the right caps for this blue one over here, or these two larger ones over here, I've got ones which are slightly lower voltage. I'm actually just going to power this up as it is, because I can power this board, I think, in this state without anything else being connected to it. And basically what I'm trying to do is monitor to see what voltages we're getting out of these caps. So that cap there and the measure voltage there, and each of these, because these are coming straight out of the rectifiers. So these are smoothing before the voltage regulators. So it could be a bit spiky, but because I know what the voltage regulator voltage is, that's noted on the circuit diagrams. That big hat there is 5 volt rail, smaller ones here are 15 volt rails. But because these are before the regulator, I don't know what voltage is. It could be more than that. So I want to measure to see what these are, in case I can put in like a 25 volt cap on these ones mainly, right? So that's a 25 volt cap there, but can I use a 16 because it's only 5 volt rail? Depends what's there. So let's see what we've got. I wouldn't normally like to specify lower voltage. I wouldn't normally like to do that, but in this case, I don't have exactly the right parts on hand, and I'd like to kind of get this working today, or get this part finished today. So let's give it a try. Power up. That switch is now live. The switch you can't see. Let's push it here very gingerly. And let's see what voltage we get. So let's go on here first. 11 volts. That's what I thought. I didn't think it was going to be too high. So it means I'll probably use a 16 volt cap there. It should be enough for peak current, peak voltage. Let's check these ones. 24, that's a bit close. And the same again, they're both 24 volt. So that's a bit close to my liking. That one I could put a 16 in, I think that'd be alright. But these probably do need to be 35 volt. That's a shame. Unloaded with worst case, exactly. So it will get better. But yeah, 24 volts with a 25 volt cap, that's pushing it. Don't forget that's smoothed already, right? That's a smooth voltage. When you've got the AC going and it's smoothing the AC, it's actually being exposed to a higher voltage than that, which is then trying to smooth out. So the peak voltage is higher than that. This one will be fine. That one, not so much. So 10,000. I do have a 10,000 25 volt anyway, and these ones here are 35 volt. So got a wet tantalum in there. Where's there a wet tantalum in there? That's weird. Why do you have a drawer for wet tantalums? I'll chuck it in there. Strange. Well, okay. Well, I'm probably being too fussy about that. I'll just chuck that one in. It's the same spec as the original. We'll do that one. Some reason I was thinking I only had a 16 for that. Or was it 15,000? I was thinking I only had a 16. Yeah, that's what it was. I was thinking of these ones. That's 16 volt. That's what I was thinking of, is that. And I could up it, couldn't I? Although leg spaces aren't right. Leg spaces aren't right for that one either, actually. The 35 leg spacing, also not right. The 15,000 and 35 volt leg spacing is right. So that's the leg spacing it needs. Massive. I'm not putting that in. That's a bloody expensive cap. Especially if it doesn't need it. So, yeah. When I purchased the parts, I don't think I don't know, did I get lead? I think I did actually measure the component sizes or estimate component sizes to see about lead spacings to try and get similar body sizes. Oh, I'm still not happy now. Still not happy. Yeah, that's annoying. In fact, this drawer's so full, makes you wonder if I do have some more caps somewhere. Because if I've got a drawer which is full, I'd usually have overflow somewhere else. But I might have an overflow of 25 volt caps. I'm not liking the fact this lead spacing doesn't match. You need to have to bend them a little bit and not actually have it sitting down properly. Although it's heaps of height, not worried about that part. My capacitor stock is not acceptable. Yes, I'm negligent in my capacitor storage. Need more caps. Well, I'm kind of on the fence what to do about this now. I think I should wait because, I mean, if this lead spacing matched, then yeah, okay, I'll just use this one. That would have been that one done. These ones, I may even have some in the bloody parts box. I might even have some of them. Yeah. I'm gonna have to wait. I think I'm gonna have to wait until those other parts turn up. Actually, I'll leave those out. I'm gonna be using those soon. Right. I'm going to wait. I'm not going to commit to that yet. I think that's the best thing to do, is to not do anything yet. Yeah. I think I should wait for those parts to arrive and then go from there. Yep, we'll do that. I'll wait for those parts. And then see what other parts I've got to get, because I probably got those ones incorrectly, as I've said multiple times now. Anyway, power switch. Still working. I need to order some more. The problem is, I spent way too much money the past 2 months, and I'm absolutely skint. I've got to dip into my savings to give you some idea. I spent way too much money on equipment in the past 2 months, and spent all my spare money. I spent $700 on parts for, stock up capacitors and some precision resistors as well for doing calibration stuff. Got some high precision resistors coming to part of that. Sometimes resistors are like $30 each or more. So I've got some of them coming, and obviously the actual test equipment I purchased. And as I mentioned last night in the live stream, I've also purchased a Keithley DMM 7510, a used one, not new, came from China. That has already arrived in the country. That arrived pretty quickly, but then I've got to pay tax on that when it comes in. So that's another big cost. So yeah, I've spent probably $6,000 or $7,000 in the past 2 months on test equipment and associated bits and pieces. Yeah, it gives you some kind of context, doesn't it? So I spent too much money. So I don't really want to order any more parts if I can avoid it, because, well, yeah, I don't really have the money right now. Expensive hobby this is. Okay, Kiro, thanks for dropping by. Yeah, 7510 is not cheap, exactly. That's what I purchased last week, and so it's just arrived in the country on Friday. So I'm expecting Monday, as in tomorrow, I'll have to probably deal with a phone call or something asking for some money from the, import duties. I expect I'll be dealing with that. So that's probably going to be, what's that going to be? Another, well, plus their fees that add on top. I don't know. It's probably $500 or so, maybe a bit more. Once it's all added on, I don't know. So, yeah. Anyway, that's that part done. I think that's all I can do on that for now. Let's put some glass back on again. Do the small caps on this board. In fact, whilst I'm getting ready, I think I'll empty off my SD card because it's getting very full. Just got to copy this all over. Yeah, so this whole thing about what I do with YouTube is quite expensive. So lots of other people, what they do is, they look at, like the Big Clive, for example. He looks at inexpensive devices, inexpensive little curiosities, and makes videos about them. So he does okay there because he's not spending out, massive amounts of money each video. He might be, doing a $5 device or something, or £5 device or something like that. Little curiosity, which is interesting. And that's his format. Whereas my format is to do test gear. And these bits of gear can be expensive. Now this thing I'm working on right now, I think I paid about $1,000 for. From memory. I think it's about $1,000 to pay for this, something like that. Might be just over, actually. I'm going to have to go better look now. Hold on. This is going to bug me. eBay purchases. Hold on. Let's have a look. That's the manual. What did I pay for this thing? Trying to find it. See it somewhere. There it is. Right. Oh, come on. What's the price? I want to find this price now. Okay, yeah, all right, yeah, about $1,000 it cost me this one. So that wasn't so bad. $1,000 these days isn't that painful. Well, it is kind of painful, but yeah, not. Also, when I say dollars, I'm talking about New Zealand dollars, not US dollars. US dollars is obviously a bit cheaper. 50% cheaper basically right now. So that, and then there's also the 617, which I purchased. Where's that one? So around the same time, just trying to find it. That was about $1,500 I paid for that. So $2,500 just on those two devices. Yeah, so, you know, this is an expensive YouTube hobby. I don't get anywhere near that money back off YouTube for doing these things. So it's always very, very costly. It's always out of my own pocket. So, yeah. It's still copying footage over. It's not finished yet. It's still got 2 minutes to go. It's taking its time. So apparently I've got a UPS parcel coming tomorrow. Great. UPS is probably the DigiKey order, which has got the parts in it for this thing. Right. Still works. Yeah, not a business, exactly. I mean, don't forget, that's the original purchase price, right? So, like, this thing here was 400 US, plus postage, plus import duties. You know, it all adds on. So, it gets quite expensive. Postage itself is quite a big chunk. Hey Paul, how's it going? Right, let's put some more gloves on. Yeah, that's a nice noise. And we'll look at the analog board and do those small caps on that. Hopefully by then, by the time I've got the gloves on, my card should have been finished copying over. I can bring it back and plug it back into the camera. The thing is, if I was running this as a business, I'd be constantly making a loss. It'd be a constant loss. Well, that might be good for GST or something, I don't know, but yeah. Right. There's the footage copied over. Let's just get the disc out. Okay. So all these ones here, 350 volt, that's right, I'm waiting for those ones too, aren't I? 4.7s, I haven't got those ones either. So I only do the small blue caps. There's nothing under there to worry about. So that cover that was on there also retained that cover, so they both use the same screw hole. That's right. Did that set like that or something? Yeah. So they both use the same screw hole in that cover. Yeah. Do I need to get to anything there? So maybe I should put the cover back on again. Yeah, some caps here I need to get to. Right. I think I might do these caps first, get those out of the way, because I'm worried about damaging stuff. They're a bit under 10,000, several $1,000s, you know, for 10 years. Well, that's not nice. But then it's business, you know. It's like that happens, doesn't it? It's business. People think, no, it's only business. It's just the way it goes. Well, yeah. Right, so I've got this board over here. I'm going to replace all the blue caps because there are those 10 microfarad 25 volt caps. I've got those, so that's not a problem. These two here are 350 volt caps. I can't do those, so I've just removed, well, taken the screws off this board. Let's look on the back. Very nice. Got to be very careful not to contaminate the board. Now there is a bit of dust in here, so I'm actually going to give this a brush and try and get the dust off as well. Was it's part and accessible before I start soldering, because once I start soldering it could actually cause dirt to get trapped, so I'm going to give it a clean off first and then we'll replace those blue caps. I hope for the best, I suppose. Let's get my blower thing. Go and give us a dust off. Back in a minute. Okay, hopefully a little bit less dusty. Okay, so that's that. Let's get this stuff. I feel like I'm getting a bit crowded around here. We'll just have a bit of clean up. Try and get rid of some of this stuff. So we'll do that fan, anything in the back panel. Right, feeling slightly less crowded now. Nothing like having a workspace where you can't move. Okay, so let's get these blue caps out now. We got 1, 3, 6. Is that what I'm missing? Just 6. Yeah, 6 of those to do. Just get these out now. Three. That's the right one. Check. 105 to be rated. Nice. 35 volt 10. 35 volt 10. Checking just in case I've got a mixture, you never know. 105, 35 volt 10. Yeah, it's the same. And the last two. There's a 16 volt, it's not the same one, so I'm checking. 35 volt 10. This one is a 25 volt 10, that's fine. The original 25s anyway, so I'll put one of those in somewhere instead of a 35. These are all 25 volt caps anyway, so that's fine. Make sure that one is done differently, just in case it's done as pairings. Might just do that one there. Right. So capacitor's ready to go. Let's start taking these things out. Now, contamination is something I'm worried about here, so definitely no extra flux. And trying to not have residues run across the board is quite important as well. So this one here is positive towards me right now, positive on this side of the board. Okay, so that one, just double checking it. I'm going to do these one at a time, clear the holes out. Which just seems just gone to sleep, wake up. So just gone to sleep, so it's still hot, that's good. Positive towards me. There we go. Kill it, flow. Trying to minimise the amount of contamination put into this board. Trying to. So because I don't want any fluid spreading across the board, I'm going to be using cotton buds to clean these up, so it's a bit more precise instead of using my usual technique, which is the paper towel and just drops of IPA. This way I can do it much more precisely and avoid spreading across the board. Now obviously the disadvantage is it's a bit more gentle. Sometimes you need to scrub these things. Right, let's see how it goes. Let's have a look at that. 1 of 5 anyway. Yeah, let's clean up alright. Carry on with that. I'm not going to record more video, you get the idea. Just checking that it's not frozen up on my tablet. It does that sometimes. No, it's all still good. I've dropped 26,000 frames since I started this bloody live stream. 26,000. It's pretty bad. Right. So that's that one done. Let's do those two there. Negatives both face that way, although the positives are actually marked on the board, which is good. I might just try dropping this temperature down a little bit, try and make the flux a bit easier to clean off, burn it a little bit less, because it's got a flux inside here and it's making a bit of a mess. Okay, here and here, these two here. Put a bit of fresh stuff on there. Well, that said, my desoldering gun is actually set at 370 or something, in order to get the stuff away from the holes. You know, it has to flow through to the board and stuff, so it can be a bit hard to get off. Is that one? I should check all these too when I pull them out, shouldn't I? See what they actually come out as. That one. Let's test these, actually see what they are. Don't lose it first. So one just pulled out. It's 11 at 6 ohms. That's the lowest one so far. One before that is 10 to 6.5. And the first one I pulled out of this board is 10 at 10. That's 10 ohms. That one's knackered. I'll do a video about that. So the very first cap I pulled out here, the very first one I did over there, that's measuring 10 ohms internal resistance. I pulled these other two caps out over here. This one here is measuring 6, and all exactly the same caps. So yeah, can't trust the caps in this. Wind's getting up again. Let's tip this down a bit more. Still getting a lot of burning flux here. I think it's just the nature of the flux in this solder. Same deal. Cotton bud. Especially in this area, this is the sensitive area around here, so I'm trying to be really careful not to spread anything in that area. different cotton bud, more pointy one. Probably not too critical in this particular section, like right here at least, but I still want to get it nice and clean. What was the other one I did? Which I did already, I just want to clean that a little bit more. I've got a wet cotton bud over there somewhere. I've lost it. There it is. There's also some residue over here. I might just clean this off. Somebody else in here at some point, I'm guessing. It's actually hard to roll the cotton bud with his gloves on because the gloves are wrapping around him. Right. So those ones done. There's still some residue around. It might just be clean spots where there's still dust residue built up, and it's where I've been cleaning it and the dust is gone. It could be that. Maybe. There's still be something over here. Right. 3 to go. Negatives towards regulators. Should I just try going straight to this and see if I can save myself some effort? Sometimes it works better. Sometimes it doesn't. Can't see what I'm doing because I'm zoomed in too close. That's the other way of doing it. What I use depends on what I feel like doing. Sometimes it's easier one way than the other. In this case, it doesn't really seem to matter. That's 11 microfarad at 7. So the last one I took out, one before that. There's 11 at 6.3. And the one before that is 11 at 8.7. Yeah, again, more bad caps. So, yep, definitely dodgy caps. I'm actually looking at this side of the board over here. There's a little bit of dirt there. Touching the tops of the relays, nothing else. It's fine. Sort of clean that dirt off there. Yeah, a little bit shows up. Okay, let's put these ones in. It's a shame I don't have those other parts that I want, because, you know, heavy nose would have been nice. Yeah, finish it off. But there's only really 2 caps on this board I have to do, doesn't it? Yeah. This board's only got 2 caps to do. It's not too bad. I mean, this is purely a maintenance thing, really. It's just because, as you saw, it was working when I tried it out. So how bad can it really be? What I basically do is that when I'm doing these sorts of devices is I put the soldering on in it twice. So what I'm trying to do is put some heat into the joint, get some solder flow on, take the iron off a little bit, let it cool a little bit. But what's happening when I'm doing that is the heat's transferring through to the other side of the board. So then when I hit it again, it's more readily going to flow through without cooking this side so much. It's just a little thing I do for these. I should probably solder all 3 decaps, shouldn't I? There's 2 of them. But yes, that's one of the techniques I use to try and minimise the risk of cooking the board and lifting traces off. I can get the thing on there a second time. I found that works quite well, that little technique. Reduce the chance of lifting pads off. Alright. Still definitely getting like witness marks where I have been cleaning, so the board is still a bit dusty. Anyway, there you go, cleaned up. I think that's good enough. So that's all those caps done. Those ones are cleaned up, looks fine. And as I said, it's the 220 12201C version of the board from 1982. At least that's the design. Is there a chip date on this to see when this one was actually made? I mean, relays say 1982, chips say 81, 81, obviously 82 is the latest, 81 again, 81, 81, 82, 10, 10th week 81, so 82, 16, so probably mid 1982. Yeah, 13th week 82 on there. So yeah, that's when this thing was made, roundabouts. So that's all those I can do. I can put these shields back on. Because those can stay put now. Yep. Put that screw there back in again. So I figure out which screw it was. I think it was that one. Yep, okay. And then you've got to put the... Oh, I should have probably put the bottom panel back on again first, eh? Because I think that's going to be in the way of it, isn't it? I think so. Which way did that go? Which way around did that go? It may not matter. I think it goes that way. Yeah. I'm not sure which way around that was. Might be the other way around. Because it's got these rubber pads, you see. We're just sitting on. Yeah, I think it's that way around. Okay, let's go that way. Bent these capacitors, that's not a good thing. Hey, Captain Bucko. I'll take this back off again because I didn't put the other screw in first, should I? That's it. Done. That's as much as I can do on that board. Just those two caps there I've got there to do now. Okay. So I think that's all I can actually do at the moment. Of course I need those other parts to show up. Yeah, I don't think I can do any more at the moment. So I need those two caps there, and those 5 caps there. Yeah, I think that's going to be it. Let's stick this back on the back of my desk. Leave it alone. Let's have a look at this, see how that's gone. Has it held? Well, it's not falling off. So, yeah, that's worked. Let's glue back on. Excellent. No worries there. Cool. So, that's all I can really do right now because I need to get these other 5 caps done. And yeah, I mean, although I could replace that with a different type, it's not ideal. I'm not even sure the one I've got coming is the right lead spacing for this. I'll have to have a look when it turns up. Hopefully the lead spacing is better. If not, it is what it is. I know I've got these caps coming. These ones I think I've screwed up, as I said. I'm not sure. I may have actually visually noted that they're axial. I mean, could I see that from the side? I'm not even sure I could see that from the side, actually. Not sure if I could even see them. So, I'm not sure if I did all of the right ones or not. Yeah. Anyway, so I think that's going to be a case of that's all I can do for now. But at least we did find that these caps are suspicious. They're definitely not all the same. In fact, they're very... I mean, the capacitances are good. They're all basically the same, within a small margin. But the ESR is varying quite wildly, wasn't it? The 6 was the best, and was it 10 was the worst, wasn't it? Something like that. So, yeah, definitely doing. Actually, no, we can do something else. We're not quite finished yet. I don't think I need these gloves now, though, because I'll finish on that board. We could look at this fan and see if we can do something with this. Now, this is a bit dirty, but it's also a bit rumbly, so I don't know if I can get on with this. Just about. Just about. Okay. So, I can't do any more with the capacitors right now. I'm waiting for parts to turn up. Until those turn up, I can't do any more. But the fan does need doing. So, we're going to take the fan apart and see if the bearings can be done or something to try and make it quieter, because right now it's too damn noisy. Rumbling a little bit and stuff like that. So, the bearings are probably shot. I need to cut this off here too. Don't cut the wire. For God's sake, don't cut the wire. Okay. There's the fan. Yeah. And if I undid that one, that whole housing might come off, actually. Oh, I have to take those off too. Let's think about this fan material in there. I was wanting to rubber mount this thing, but it's on these standoffs, which I've built into this frame. So rubber mounting that isn't an option, I don't think. So rubber mounting would have made it a bit nicer, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the problem. Can I fix this? Yeah, even tipping it sideways is making it wobble. Yeah. Let's pull this label up and see if I can get underneath it. I'm hoping I can just replace bearings. It's a 115 volt fan. I might have some, but nothing this size, I don't think. I've got a selection of fans, but I don't know if I've got the right one. Even trying to go underneath the labels being a problem. Let's just do this. What's underneath here? A post. Okay, nothing that side to worry about. It's all on this side. I'm not quite sure how this is designed. I haven't seen this set up before. Looks almost like it clips in, but I'm not sure. Have to look at this one. How on earth is this set up? Okay, that is moving. Just not quite sure if I'm doing the right thing here or not. I don't have another fan. Well, I don't think I have another fan. I'm pretty sure this must be the way it comes off. Because there's nothing in the other end. Can I get underneath there and pop it off? I'm not sure. It's definitely moving, but what do you guys think? Any ideas? Is me levering at this the right thing, you think? It seems like it might be, but I'm not sure. Yeah, there we go, one side. Yeah, that is indeed just pushed in there. So let's just keep going. I think I'm right. Okay. Rubber band thing there. Take that out. Let's record this, eh? So this plate here was indeed popped in, but actually maybe what I could have actually done is turned it. Now I kind of levered it out and did get it out, but now there's actually slots here, so maybe I should have turned it and then it would have just dropped out. Inside the centre here is a little rubber cap. Taking that off. You see it wants to move like this. I don't know where to go from here. That's an awful lot of play in there. I'm not sure that's right. I don't know if it's just going to slide out or what. There is a little clip in there actually, I can see a little clip. Tiny little clip. Yep. See it? Just there. So that is what's locking it in, but what's causing all this slop in here. Anyway, we'll get that clip out. That's very small. I don't know if I've got any pliers to do that. I'll have to see what I can do. Lost another 1,000 frames. Awesome. Let's try these tweezers here. Do have those little pliers, but I'm not sure they're going to get in here. I think they're too big. Let's try and get these tweezers. Tweezers, and then these other tweezers in the middle of them, and try and get them open. Almost did it. Come on. This is being a pain. Okay, maybe 2 pairs of tweezers. What I can see is happening is this thing going ping and disappearing. Or me breaking it in half. Okay, come on. It's lifting up. Okay, no, almost. Almost had it. It's in a groove and it popped back in. There it is. Don't bloody lose it. There we go. Now it slides right out. Sweet. So I've got that little clip off, and then it's just lifted straight off. And the question is, why is there so much slop in this motor? I mean, it moves a lot. It seems like it's too much. So there's a fixed shaft, so we can forget that half. We don't have to do anything with that. Maybe give it a clean. And this half will have the bearings in it. It's got another, like a star washer in there. So I'm guessing I've got to get that out. And bearings in there. I do have bearings. Whether I've got ones which are the right size, I don't know yet. Just got to try and get this star washer out. And it's very stuck. Here we go. Just lifted it. Started moving. Here we go. Star washer. Now what? I think this might push out. I honestly have no idea. That might push out now. Yep, there goes a washer. Another washer. It's got a nylon in between them, so it's two washers with a nylon in between. Is that as a brass bush? It might be. It might be a brass bush and nothing else. Let's see if I can push that. Can I push that? Yes, probably. Let's find something to push that with. Okay. 4 hours late, yeah. I mean, did it move up the shaft over time? No, it was locked in. I can definitely look at it. But you can see a little groove in there. Just on the end. It was sitting in that. And there's no other groove there, so that must have been in the right place. I also want to get a tap of something, but something flat. I think I can probably use one of these things. Is it small enough? No. That one? No, doesn't quite go in. I don't think this one's any smaller, but we'll have a look. Right, it does just go. Right. Well, let's try gently giving that a push with that. So I'm just going to try gently pushing with this to see if that will slide, because I don't know if it's a brass bush or if it's bearings. Well, bronze bush. It might be bronze. Doesn't want to just slide. Could try going the other way. No, doesn't want to go. So that might not be repairable if that is what I think it is, which is a brass or bronze bushing. No, I don't know, I can see stuff in there actually. There might be a bearing at this end, I can't quite tell. Let's try picking at this end a bit more. Here we go. Here's another washer. pair of washers. Here's another one. Lots and lots of washers. Is it just like it needs more washers to take the slack out of it? Yeah, I think these are just bushers. Yeah. There's two bushers. Just separate a little bit. Yeah, that's all it is. There's no bearings, just bushers. So repairing it, yeah. Yeah, repairing it doesn't look too hopeful. That's kind of annoying. Just brush this dust off here. I might have to see if I've got another fan I can put in. I don't think I have one though. Marginally cleaner. I mean, at least the fan works. It's just a bit noisy. I'd like. I'm wondering if I should maybe just stick some more washers in it. I mean, is it just that these little bronze bushes are pushed in too far or something? Or I don't know, are they brass or bronze? It's probably bronze, aren't they? I don't think I've got any washers that size. I might. Put this back together. And if I put enough cat hair in there, it should probably be right, eh? Should clear it out a little bit. So what's actually stopping it from pushing downwards? Because there's also not this inner bit here, which is actually stopping it pushing down. Just trying to make sure these all push down as far as they can. It's locked in. It must be running on an inside edge. It must be that. It doesn't sound good even like that, you know. I mean, when it's spinning, it obviously spins in that direction, which means it's going to pull it off that end, right? Because the air force is going to push it away. No, maybe I should just lubricate it and just hope for the best. It might be the best option. Might be all I can do. These ones here in this end. with machine oil. This stuff is quite sticky, tends to adhere to metal quite well. Put that back in and see if it quiets it down at all. Just sitting differently already. Don't see the slot. Because it's keyed and I haven't put it in the right place because I'm an idiot. Now I've got it stuck. Seriously? Oh, Jesus. There you go. Because there's got a bit of a key on there and that washer wasn't in the right place. Just dropped it straight in, which I shouldn't have done. I'll drop that one in there. This one's a keyed washer. Get the thing and sit in there. Where's the key? Is that it? Or should that be on the top? It's a massive gap between the inner washers and the in one. It's almost like the bushes are slipped. It does make me wonder if the bushes slipped. Because it's a massive gap. It does not seem right. Yeah, I'm sure that gap is not right. Let's see if I've got another washer which will fit in there. Not sure what I've got around. Not sure. See some down this end here. Is that too big? Yes. That's not quite right. Doesn't go to shaft, that's a shame. This one's too small. Yeah. And that doesn't go over either. Hopefully I do actually have a washer which will fit. Trying to find them in here is going to be a challenge, I think. Sure got others. possibly have that could work? I wonder if that would work. Because it is quite a big gap. Would that fit? No. Also got these little bushers for doing like TO220 mountings for insulators. Doesn't go the hole though. I'm not keen on putting plastic in here anyway. Might not be good. I mean, it might be good for lubrication, but you know, eventually it might make it jam. I would have thought I'd have something I can use. Let me check my fan box. Might just have to make some room so I can stand on the table. Fan box number 1. No. And as expected, no suitable AC fans either. Fan box number 2. Got a bunch of clips, that's all it is for. Little clips. I'm not sure what I did with the bearings now actually. I've done bought a bunch of bearings. Where did I put those? I thought it'd be in here. Anyway. Oh yeah, there are bearings in the bottom. So, no. Nothing. I was hoping I have washers in these clips here. I could use a clip as a washer, couldn't I? Maybe? Would that be a silly thing to do? Could I? Could I get away with that? Maybe? Yeah, it's definitely not right. Let's see if I can get when this clip's all fit around that shaft without being tight and fitting in. When that fits in, it's not really a good washer though. There's not really enough of it. It'll probably just wear away to nothing in the end. It's too small. Just isn't enough of it. Annoyingly, the washers which fit on the GPRB port not quite either. I was going to say that they might fit, but I was tempted to take one of them off. And there's a spring washer, but no, that's not going to be a good idea either. I've got so much stuff. I must have something I can use for this. Let's look in my hardware box. Let's see if I've got anything in here. Different view. I don't remember having any washers in here though. think I do. I've got these. They're plastic. Let's see if one of these fits. And I could just try pushing the bushing. But that could go horribly wrong. Yeah. Doesn't fit inside. Doesn't fit over the post, which leaves these ones which will fit over the post loosely and certainly won't fit inside. No, I could maybe push it in. If I push it in, it might actually come back out again. What to do? I mean, I could potentially get one of these and trim it up. The thickness looks about right. I reckon I could probably force it in there. Let's try it. Yeah, it's popped in. Sweet as. That was straight in. Right. So when you find out it's too thick, I can't get it back out. So this one here sits in a certain spot, it's keyed, like that. Still got a little bit of play in there. So even with putting that washer in there, it's still got play. I'm just surprised it's that bad. Guada. I might just put it back together and see what we get. Without the cat here, maybe. Don't know if this will work or not. It might not. It's like a knot. Well, it's still not good. So how is it I put a washer in there and it's still really loose? I mean, it's got this rubber plug on the end. I mean, is that what was holding it in place? Was that what was holding it? Some flopping around? Got this little bit on the end there. Looks like someone's been in here before. It does. It looks like someone's already been in here once. Because that's shimmed out as well. Yeah. So it's actually pushing against that. Oh, let's put it back together. Let's just make sure these fingers are straightened up because I bent them as I was getting it out. Right, so that goes in, then turns. Now we know. Apparently. Just like that. Hey. Something's better. Doesn't rattle anymore. Well, shimming it and stuff might have been a waste of time, I don't know, but we'll see. But it's not rattling anymore. But I'm not sure it's right. I think it seems to be basically relying on this end cap here to push on that rubber bung to push onto the end of the shaft to try and create a thing of taking the slop out. But right now, that's sounding better. And I've lubricated it all, so I don't know. It's the best I can do right now. Maybe it's enough. We could find out, actually, I think. We can find out. That plugged in over here. So you plug this in, like that. Plug the power in, turn it on, see how that is. Sound like a plan? May not be a good plan, but we've got a plan. Push the switch in so I have to touch it. Well, I'm going to try this. I've got the fan plugged in. We're going to see if it is noisy or not. So when I power this up, this should come on. I've got the switch already pushed in. So we'll find out if it's bad or not. Here's nothing happening. That's not what I was expecting. Nothing. Well, that's curious. I would have thought that would have come on. I don't know why it isn't. I don't know. Fan connector is bearings here. Can't see where the other side goes. I have to look at the diagrams. But I really would have thought that would be straight off the transformer, and so it would be always on. Unless somehow I damaged it when I took it apart. But I don't see how. I don't see how I could have damaged it by taking it apart. Let's check the resistance. Check the winding, just in case. If I have damaged it, then I've got to get a new fan. That should be awesome, wouldn't it? Well, 540 ohms, that seems to be fine. So, I think the fans are alright. Strange. What the hell's going on? That one there. Switches in. I'm going to check for AC across that fan terminal. Maybe there's no AC for some weird reason. Hey, well done, David. Came to the same thing as I just said. Let's check for AC across the terminals. Maybe there's something wrong there. Don't slip. AC is there. So if there's AC there, I have to have broken the fan somehow. Plugged it in again. Well, that's a step backwards. How? How did I go wrong? This is an area. No, this thing turns to get it apart. Makes it a little easier, I suppose. Get that out. Be that easy, is it? That's right, that's been 2 tweezers, didn't I? That's what got it off last time. 2 tweezers. Come on. Don't be a pain. mean, there's a good chance the clips I've got here, one of these is probably the right size clip anyway, so I do break it. But I'd rather not break it. Turns out it's harder to do this when it's covered in oil. Some strange reason. Okay, gotcha. And that just flung off onto my desk somewhere. Went ping! Let's check and see if I've accidentally disrupted the windings here. Because I did give it a brush, didn't I? And we got resistance though, so it shouldn't be that bad. So why would that not be going? That's a mystery. I mean, I tried spinning it by hand now. There's no kind of hint that it wants to go any faster. It didn't really seem to hint at all that it was going to speed up or turn more easily by me giving it a push. Should I pop that plastic one back out again? I don't see why that'd do it though. And could it be the alignment down this end where I've adjusted this star washer and moved it? Causing a tightness on the shaft maybe? I mean, but it didn't seem to upset at all. Seems aligned. Or mostly aligned. Yeah, seems fine. Let's put it in without anything holding it. What could possibly go wrong? Maybe we'll be catching it in a minute. So nothing to hold it. Let's see what happens. It spins. Yeah, it is very gutless. So it's spinning now, and it's silent. Okay, maybe it's just too much tension. It's not liking the tension. It isn't very powerful. So maybe it relies on that slack in there to move around. No, let's get this washer back out again then. I'm lucky. There we go. Plastic washer back out. We'll leave that out. Put it back in as is. Let it float. This seems a bit strange. Where's the slot? Come on. Because it's got like a D-shaped hole in the washer here. It can only go in the right place. It doesn't go in the right place, it doesn't sit down like it should do. But still, like massive play in there. Oh. Now, where'd that clip go? I had this before, I had a clip go ping and just disappeared. Never found it. Oh, good job I got some more here somewhere. So where did I put them? I put them back, didn't I? Hopefully they're the right size. Maybe the oil we're putting in is creating too much drag. It's quite a thick oil. Just hoping it's the right size. Weird. Yeah, it's still very noisy. I haven't got anywhere. Well, I put the fan back together again. I took this little plastic washer back out again, and it's working again. Although it's only taking a little bit of play, it seems to be enough to upset it. You're just making it a little bit too tight. And the longer it's running for now, the noisier it's getting. So that's disappointing. Yeah, just that was not what I wanted. 1:10. Jeez, what a day. That's what I was looking for. Put this thing back. was really surprised that it made that much difference. That it really didn't want to run without that. Well, run with that in there. I mean, I know it's not a particularly grunty fan. It's not very strong at all. But still, I thought we'd still get going even if I gave it a shove, you know. That's why I gave it a shove. See if that started it. So the fact it didn't was surprising. Anyway. Right. Damn. I need to find a fan I can replace this with now. What size is the thing? 80mm fan. 80 by 40. Or just under 40. It's like 38 or something. 80mm by 40mm 115 volt fan. Yeah. Great. Okay, well, I'm thinking I'm getting to the point now where I might just call it a day because it's been a long day, and I'm getting to the point as well where I'm running out of things I can actually do. I mean, I was hoping to solve the fan problem and get that quiet. Didn't solve that. Unfortunately, would have been nice to solve it. Try not to drop those sharp pieces of metal on my head. That'd be useful. All right. He's going out of the box. That's why. Yeah. I'm gonna have to look for another fan. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a day. My wife will be home soon, so I need to tidy up and give her a desk back as well. Right, back over here. Lost 29,000 frames today. 29,000. It's pretty bad. Okay, well, not as successful today as I thought I was going to be. It was good last night. Last night was really successful. Fixing that thing. Or seemingly fixing it. Hasn't played up again since. So that's promising at least. But yeah, I was hoping to get further with this. I wanted to fix that fan up. I thought it'd just be bearings, but that's not the case, is it? And maybe, I don't know. I'm wondering if I could push those bushes out and maybe put bearings in there instead. Because at least, I mean, the bushes obviously got some drag, right? If I just put some bearings in there, that'd be better. Not sure. I might just replace the fan if I can get. I'll see if I can find another fan which I can put in there. Yeah, I mean there's 5-volt supply rail which is fairly chunky. I could maybe run off that. I'd rather not though. I'd rather not add noise to the 5-volt system. It won't matter. $80 by 38, pretty common. Okay, well, that'd be nice. 115 volt though, that's the thing. The other thing is the price. Like I said earlier on, I'm skint right now. I've spent too much money. I need to be careful of my spending for the next 3 weeks so I get paid. I'll get paid monthly, you see. Okay, Greg, thanks for dropping by. I'm going to head off as well now. I'm going to call this a day. I'm going to tidy up. and hopefully, no, my wife just got home just now, so another reason to leave, so I can tidy up her desk so she can get it back. Or she'll get upset with me maybe. Yeah, so thanks everyone dropping by. Give us a thumbs up for a leave if you liked it. I didn't get as much done as I really wanted to, especially in the time I spent doing it. But anyway, we've got the thing half recapped, well, 3/4 recapped I suppose. I just need those other parts to turn up. I can finish it off, so anyway, catch you later. I don't know when I'll be streaming again. It might be for a while at least. I'm working the weekends for the next few weeks at least, so yeah, it might be a month maybe if I can do another one then. But then I might be actually wanting a weekend to myself. I don't know. 51 is it $51? Okay, well.